When it gets to 0, it's gonna blow.
When it gets to 0, is cash gonna show up?
You mean crash money? Ah.
Crash money double O yuan?
Yep.
Yes, cash, we're giving you crap. Warning. Due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Yeah. Except mine.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are, and welcome one and all to the Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. Joined with Aaron Orman Tag. I am Mike. Yeah, I almost screwed up your name. You can always give me a hard time during the show, after the show, several days after the show.
Always, constantly. It's a forever thing. And all I got to say is, we know you're out there. You were DMing us. We said the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
We know you're out there.
Where are you, Cash Money?
Probably.
Oh, where is Cash Money at? Oh, where could he be? Could he be sleeping all day long? Oh, where could he be?
He collapsed on the keyboard. There's all sorts of letters flying across the screen, and he's going to have a waffle face because of it afterwards. A waffle face with a chin.
Indeed. So, how's your day going so far, Baron?
Oh, not bad. It's freaking cold here. We're getting the wind chill stuff. It's it was below the 0 mark, but I don't know what is it. What is it now? But it's going to be frigidly cold the next few days. Frigidly cold. Why do I live here? Why? Tell me why. Yeah, it's about -1 right now. So,
ooh.
And I don't know what the wind chill is. The high is going to be a balmy 2 degrees. Our low is going to be -14. My butt's frozen to the chair. I had to go out there with a hairdryer to unfreeze the dogs when they went out.
You didn't like the barbecue, and
yeah. Hey, don't kid yourself. People barbecue in this weather. Honestly, they do.
Oh, I know it. I've seen it.
Mm-hmm. This is Minnesota there, don't you know?
It's like, hey, it's cold out here, but guess what? It's not cold enough to barbecue. Don't you know?
Hey, the barbecue has heat. The barbecue has heat.
I know that. Take off. Take off, eh? Yes, I'm still continuing that from Wednesday's show.
Yeah, take off there, eh? I mean, we go out there ice fishing, and I had to take a picture one time for some people that were in Europe to show that Grumpy Old Men was actually not a comedy film. It was actually a documentary of life in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's a great classic movie.
Mm-hmm. It is. It was filmed around here, too, so, yeah. Nice. Even better.
Speaking of movies, as soon as they update it on Box Office Mojo, we will take a look at the box office numbers for this past weekend. Another thing we'll be discussing in this edition of the show is HBO and The Last of Us Season 2. Mm-hmm. And here's one where Baron's probably going to kick me off my own stream. It's about Dungeons and Dragons. The OGL controversy has Pathfinder selling out at a mind-blowing rate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I might not rage too much on that one. This one's going to probably be more analytical. But you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
I can I can go snowflake on you in a heartbeat. I can go Karen on you. Where's my manager?
Okay, Kyle.
You're not my supervisor.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't want to be. Get him out of here.
that's from. I gotta find that one from Archer where I got another block the name of the character goes. You're not my supervisor.
Yeah, definitely, because we could add it to the clips that we already have.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we got clips, man. We got clips.
We got clips galore, man.
We're clip whores.
We'll
Was that
also
too early
talk
into
about.
the stream?
Nah. We're good. Oh, we also have an article talking about Netflix canceling 2 movies that were completed.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
unlike Batgirl, which wasn't fully completed, there would still need to have some work done on it, but but it was close to completion.
Yep. We also have an article about NBC celebrating Carol Burnett's 90th birthday with a TV special.
Mm-hmm.
Cowboy Bebop creator Shinichiro Wanatabe says that there was only one scene that he liked in the Netflix version of Cowboy Bebop. We'll get into that.
I have to commend him for watching it.
I don't know how he could stomach it.
Oh, I probably would have gotten a rage if I saw my creation ruined like that.
And one thing about this edition of Pop Talk, if we get to all these articles that I have lined up, great. If we don't, they're all in the description down below, and you
Mm-hmm.
can read them on your own terms.
So
But I
there.
also have an article that says original Blade star Stephen Dorff, last modern comic book films, says they're making a bunch of money, but the movies suck, according to him.
Mm-hmm.
And the first article we are going to lead off with, but first, wait a minute,
Yeah.
Baron, we
Yay.
have a guest.
We have a guest out here, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I'll be the one that will introduce him because he is my partner in crime at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time, 5 o'clock Eastern on YouTube here on every Sunday. Very knowledgeable man. He knows a lot about movies, comics, music. He played around with the music scene. And he's got a mighty voice that I wish I had because he talks really, low like that. I want to introduce everybody to my good personal friend and co-host on the Primetime Kings 24/7 Fusion Media, the man, the myth, the legend, the Tower of Power.
Welcome back, 24.
How y'all doing?
Doing
Oh,
good,
doing
brother.
great.
Doing good.
Good.
Oh man, that's good, man. I appreciate the nice nice intro. I that was wow. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank y'all.
Oh,
Shit, how
yeah.
y'all doing? How y'all
Doing
doing this
good.
Sunday afternoon?
Can't
on this
complain.
on this side of the dirt,
I know, right?
or in my case, up here, this side of the snow. Um,
And hello, Kathy Skywalker. Good morning or afternoon. Good evening.
okay.
Let's just say it all.
hmm
Hello, Kathy. What's going on? Nightbot in the house.
Yes. And this morning, 24, I have a few articles. Whether we get to all of them, it's no big deal if we do. It's no big deal if we don't. But I have an article from CBR talking about the new Tomb Raider film in the works that will connect to
From
the next game.
from your girl. Yeah, I'm up on everything. Yeah, I'm up on stuff. Yeah, that's interesting. She goes from I guess she got the bug when she was with old Harrison Ford. Now she's gonna take her exploits elsewhere.
Woohoo! Little boob raider.
Ooh wee.
Which we are going to start off with that article. And
yeah.
this comes from CBR. And let me just go ahead and do what I usually do and put the link to the article in the chat.
Not to be confused with PBR, which is a beer.
So this article says new Tomb Raider film in the works will connect to next game TV show, and it says a little further here in this top headline that of course it will tie into those two properties, but there's also more information.
Dun, dun,
It
dun,
says
dun.
an interconnected Tomb Raider universe spanning film, television, and of course video games is currently in the works at Amazon. It says, following the recent announcement that Phoebe Waller-Bridge,
Oh,
Dun, dun, dun,
no!
dun.
Come on, God have mercy on our souls. Oh.
and I'm gonna play it one more time. I don't think it was loud enough.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Holy shit.
Following the recent announcement that Phoebe Waller-Bridge, solo of Star Wars story, Indiana Jones, and The Dial of Destiny is writing a Tomb Raider TV series for Amazon, it has also come to light that a new Tomb Raider film is being developed as well. According to the Hollywood Reporter, Amazon has joined forces with Dimitri M. Johnson's DJ2 Entertainment for a massive rights deal to make a Tomb Raider feature film, as well as the aforementioned TV show. At least one video game in the Lara Croft franchise. THR reports that the idea is to build out a connected world of Tomb Raider with the video game, TV series, and film all interconnected in a fashion akin to what Marvel already has. And it goes on to say it was already known that a new Tomb Raider game is in the works. The next entry in the long-running action adventure series is set to be developed by Crystal Dynamics, the studio behind most modern Tomb Raider games, and published by Amazon Games, rather than previous publisher Square Enix, although a lot of people will still refer to them as Squaresoft, especially back in the old days.
Mm-hmm.
This shakeup came about when the Embracer Group acquired both Crystal Dynamics and the Tomb Raider IP itself from Square Enix last year. According to THR, while only one new Tomb Raider game has been confirmed at this point, additional games in the franchise are considered likely. DJ2 Entertainment previously put together a deal for a Tomb Raider anime series, which was given a 2-season order at Netflix in early 2021. Since then, the studio has been working out the rights to the property. It goes on to say things moved ahead when the aforementioned Embracer Group deal went through, resulting in Crystal Dynamics regaining control over the Tomb Raider franchise from Square Enix. Johnson and DJ Squared also signed a first look deal with Amazon Studios in 2022. The studio will focus on adapting video games for Amazon Prime's video streaming service. In addition to Tomb Raider, other planned adaptations include Life is Strange and Disco Elysium. Yep.
Life is Strange. Oh, that's okay.
You know, when Amazon asks us why we're not watching, this is what we're going to say.
This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass. This.
Right.
Oh wow. I like that.
And before I continue, Baron, he's awake.
I
He's
know.
with us.
I know.
I don't believe it.
I know. Do we have? I think we should do it though. We have to do it.
You want to do it? You want to do it? You
I'm
want the
looking
honors?
I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Exactly. So, the one thing we got to ask you.
Where the hell have you been, soldier?
Training, sir! Training, sir!
What kind of training, son?
Army training, sir!
Army training, sir!
There.
What day is
Welcome.
it? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we're used to
It's
that.
Sunday, soldier.
It's Sunday, soldier.
It's Monday. Oh, that's amazing.
This is how you impress our guest 24/7.
24.
I've
Yeah,
talked to
come on, man.
24 before, man. What the hell? What's up,
This is how you
24?
treat our guests.
What's going on, Cash Money? You doing all right?
I'm doing pretty well, dude. Yes, 24 taught me about the Porky's game on Atari that I had never even heard of before.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
You're in the
forgot
game
about that game.
That's
Yeah, I forgot about that game. It was not one for the kids to play.
Yeah,
Oh
no.
yeah, that's that was my first introduction to hide and go get it, video game style.
Yes. Yep. I know. I'll try to bring a guest on next time. Like,
Oh, that's right. You failed. You failed
I
us.
didn't fail.
I did send an invite to Gap, but I didn't know if he would be able to come because his
He'll be my
mother's
guest.
had a
There
hard
we go.
time.
Yeah, I understand.
This week she's been in the hospital, so my thoughts and prayers do go out to Gap's mom and, of course, Gap and his family.
Yeah.
Right. I hope everything's going good for them.
Yeah.
And this article goes on to say, of course, Amazon and DJ Square's upcoming Tomb Raider film will not be the first time the popular video game series has been given the cinematic treatment. 2001 saw the release of the Paramount film Lara Croft Tomb Raider, which starred Angelina Jolie. And honestly, she looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, I liked that movie a lot.
It's enjoyable. The second one, not so much. And the
Yeah.
reboot was okay, but more so because of Walter Goggins, not so much because of Tomb Raider. So this is not going to be a series. This is actually going to be a movie.
They're going to be doing a movie, a TV series, and according to IMDb, that TV series is starring Haley Atwell. So at least you'll have something nice to look at.
Haley Atwell is playing Lara Croft.
Yeah,
it wasn't enough that she played Kate Bishop in Hawkeye. I like that actress, but okay.
Cash is coming in loaded for bear today, folks.
No, Cash. It's Haley Steinfeld who was in Hawkeye. Haley Atwell was Peggy Carter.
Hey.
Oh, right. Oh, wait. They're really.
Wait. Agent Carter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I like Agent Carter.
I'll bring it.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up here. This is, of course, take it with a grain of salt, as it is IMDb, and you know how that can change.
Yeah. It used to be a good source, but I don't know. I don't like it as much anymore.
They have some good articles, but they're also passive aggressive, like a lot of the media. Me.
Yeah, I know.
What do you mean you don't like this show? Oh, you're a blah 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 blah. Yeah, they've also had they've had people go after. I mean, they had somebody who works at IGN who went after Angry Joe, and this is all public. They went after him because he didn't like The Last of Us 2. Oh no! Let me get my violin out, IGN. Oh no!
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
That's what I want to tell IGN a lot, but I haven't really ripped on them as much because I used to be a mod for them a few years back. So
really,
so
I feel a little biased. Or yes, I did.
This is the only information they have is.
I understand, brother.
As far as the casting is concerned, but Haley Atwell, I might watch just because of her.
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, she would make a quality Lara Croft, but it's one of these things. Do we need it? And I'm sorry to say this, not sorry, but I'm sure we're gonna get Larry Croft. People have already made jokes about this. I'm sure it's possible that for whatever reason, Lara Croft she might be a lesbian. Who knows? She can't love men anymore. Maybe she hates them all.
I don't love men. I'm a raging lesbian deep inside.
I'm just saying that these things can happen because Amazon is involved, and it's just it could be a mess. And
Well-
we may not, it just may be too much. What they should do is they should worry about a new film, and we should get something closer to the first Tomb Raider movie. That's what we should get. Go from there. If that works out, then build on that. But what they're going to do is they could change all this stuff. Laura's this way and so on and blah, blah, blah. The games were fun, though. I don't know if you guys played the games, but the reboot games were fun.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I own.
Tomb Raider was fun.
Yeah,
Rise of the
both of
Tomb
them.
Raider was fun. Yep.
Right.
The Tomb Raider game was fun. Yes.
Mhm.
You know,
I mean-
and
Well, go
I
ahead.
mean, even the other ones that weren't that
Mhm.
great were still they were still decent.
Yep. Yeah, the camera angles were rough on those, but they got a lot better in the reboot games, and
Right.
those were fun. But even the last movie, it was okay, but it was better because of Walter Goggins. Like, he was a quality bad guy, and
Mhm.
I think they should just make a film, another film, and go from with the lore mostly and see where it goes, instead of worrying about a series and all that, because you milk this stuff too much. It could be a problem, and Amazon already is known for screwing some things up. So
Yeah, but you know, theirs is a hit and miss. Sometimes they do it right. I think they're doing a better job than Netflix in some of this. So it all
sometimes,
depends. Yeah, it all
Yes.
depends on who
Mhm.
is doing the show. I mean, with
Yes.
Amazon, I have faith in the 40K show because
yes,
Uh,
me too.
Cavell is involved with
Yes,
it, and he
yes.
doesn't take shit.
No.
But this one, you know, when we found out who's involved with this one, oh God help us all. Laura Croft will be a lesbian. Yeah.
That's the whole thing, and that's just silly because
Mhm.
she's not. And they say, well, why can't she be? Why don't? I'm still waiting for some great show with lesbians in it where they are running around with trauma. They run this, and instead of them saying, "I'm a lesbian and I'm a victim," you have to
Mhm.
care about me. It's just silly. Yeah.
Well, I'm a lesbian. I'm a victim. You have to care about me. I'm stuck in this man's body. My raging desire for women just goes like crazy.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Whatever.
Well,
Well, that took a turn I didn't expect.
I did.
Very interesting, but stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Really? You say that, huh?
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
so this article
movie
really
guy.
doesn't go on to say what else is going to happen with the Tomb Raider franchise other than what it mentioned with the movies and TV show and the game. It goes
Mhm.
through the history of the franchise, of course, you know, being originally a game by Core Design and its 25-year plus history, of course.
Mhm.
But as far as Tomb Raider's concerned, you know, it's a franchise I've always enjoyed playing as far as the games are concerned.
Mhm.
I just, you know, anytime Phoebe Waller-Bridge is associated with a project, I just cringe.
Why
Well,
did they keep handing her
I
this
didn't
stuff?
hate Fleabag. I had watched some of Fleabag. I thought Fleabag was pretty interesting. But other than that, I don't know what else I've seen her in. Didn't she have some part in the Bond film, right? Yeah, they said the last Bond movie. She started writing some of that, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and actually is gonna supposed to be taking over his place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if Broccoli allows that, if the daughter of Broccoli allows that, we're gonna lose our minds because
Well-
the thing is, James Bond needs to be a British man. It doesn't matter if he's black, green, red, helicopter, whatever. No, but it doesn't matter. But even in the last Bond movie, I did not like how Felix was too trusting. I felt he was too, and then it's like, oh, he's dead in the movie. Dang it. Not cool, man. Not cool. I like Felix. It's just
What about Oscar?
Right.
I know he's a slob, but what about Oscar?
Oscar.
Yeah, Felix and Oscar. Are you talking about Felix Unger? Not
What?
Madison?
No.
Oh man,
Someone from
The Odd Couple, man.
Yeah, The Odd Couple.
Why are we getting on The Odd Couple here?
Because you said Felix. I was trying to make a joke. My stuff is wasted on you. Wasted.
You know what, Baron? You go sit in the corner.
I'm used to that. I'm used to that. Trust me. I'm so used to it.
And real quick before I ask you guys to give your opinions, I do want to say hello to Pops.
Hey, Pops.
Hey,
How are you doing today, Pops?
What's up, Pops?
We also have Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000, who has 1,026 subscribers now. Congrats on that, brother.
Hell yeah.
And that's everybody for right now.
Shit, that's
All right.
cool. R.I.P.
Yeah,
Felix Unger, Oscar Madison.
So, 24, what are your thoughts on this whole Tomb Raider situation as far as the movies are concerned, TV show, the games, People Water Bridge?
I love Tomb Raider, so I do own. Let me see how many Tomb Raider games I have. I like 7, 8.
Nice.
8 of them. I don't have all of them, but at least have that many. And the movies, the first one was cool. The second one, The Cradle of Life, that shit sucked. But I own both of them. I don't know, Cradle of Life was boring, man.
Yeah.
And that's there. By the time she was making those movies, she was starting to fuck with Brad Pitt and shit was going.
Yeah.
She was doing all kind of, trying to save the otters and all kind of other shit.
Yeah.
So.
Well, otters are important, man. I'm
Yeah,
behind
right?
saving the otters. Otters and penguins.
But as far as the franchise, you know what it is like right now. The movie that came out with old girl, it was a cool movie. The thing is, she wasn't Laura. She don't look. She just like Tomb Raider's always been a pretty chick, man. So fuck putting I don't know, man. The old girl that played Tomb Raider in the last movie. She done been through some shit, man. That's not. I don't want to look at that. She don't look she looks nothing like what we looking at right now on the screen here.
Yeah, it's just that movie didn't flow the way it should have. They should have done more. They were trying to do something with the games 24, and then they rush stuff, and then if it wasn't for Walter Goggins, that movie would have been worse in my opinion. It was okay.
I own that movie too, and I mean it wasn't bad, but when you look at Tomb Raider, man, you want it to be in all aspects. You don't want it to be where she can jump from one fucking cliff, one edge to another. But when you look at her,
right,
I mean, I don't know. Every time I looked at Tomb Raider, even from the first time I seen her in the first video game, she was like one of the hotter little video game chicks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, she used to have her own calendar at one point too.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, and then you look at the new chick, the last chick in the movie. Nah, man, you don't want to smash that.
And Pops is saying that you're hating on Miss Fassbender 24.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, they're married? I did not know that. Well,
I mean, I went and saw the 2018 movie with some friends, and then after we left the theater, they asked me which one did I like better, the new one or the one with Angelina Jolie. I said, well, in particular, I like the first one with Angelina Jolie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's
and,
more
and the new one.
That was
exactly.
That was a pretty quality story. You had Daniel Craig in it, and that's what the second movie should have been like. And then we had the reboot.
John Voight.
Yep, John Voight, of course, and that's what the reboot movie should have been more like. And it been like the games, but they should have done more with it. I don't know. It's just, I wish they would. Yes.
Well, they have to remember. Everyone's clamoring. Oh, we need to have a female this, female that. This is a female Indiana Jones, folks.
Yes.
And just like the women like looking at Harrison Ford back in the day, and I think a lot of women like looking at him now. But Harrison Ford, I mean, back in the day, there's a lot of women that really were, thought he was eye candy for them. Or Croft was art eye candy, Angelina Jolie playing that part. So, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having good looking or beautiful leads at all. You can't go and say, oh, the men have to be sexy, but the women don't.
Right.
Or vice versa. And this is a female Indiana Jones. There's no getting around it.
Yes.
But it was done with his own world, his own take, his own style.
She has her own and she has her own personality, definitely different from Indy to some extent. The way she cares about her friends, the way she kills something in the game. YouTube, you son of a. Anyways, that's right. I'm going to make fun of you, YouTube, even though we use YouTube. But yes. And the funny thing is, like in the first reboot game, she kills a deer in the game. YouTube, yes. And then she's all upset about it, but she's happy murdering people, the bad guys in the game. YouTube, I feel like I always have to say that now. YouTube's gonna get mad at Pop Talk.
They already are.
Let them.
Yeah.
But yes, she
give
literally, and so she doesn't care when she does that, and so that's the joke, is that in the reboot game, she kills like an animal, and she's all upset about it, but she's fine murdering in the game a bunch of bad guys, and has no sympathy at all. None. She gives no fucks about it. 0 fucks.
And she shouldn't. As the character evolves, she shouldn't.
Yep.
She knows what she has to do in each game.
Yeah.
Yes, she does.
I mean, you got that ruthlessness. There it is. I mean,
well, the thing is that the deer is innocent, but the people aren't. So she'll feel bad for killing the deer, even though she gotta eat. But she ain't gonna feel bad for killing a no good motherfucker. So yeah,
right.
Hey, I've never met an innocent deer in my life. They all look shady.
And
look at me.
And if the movie, the reboot, played more like the game and we explored more things, I think the movie would have been way better. I just feel certain things were rushed, and I wish they wouldn't do that. I just follow more of the game, but it doesn't have to be exactly the game, obviously.
No,
but it can be. There can be certain parts of it. So
yeah, because it's an interpretation. Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that, like we were talking about with The Last of Us, where they seem to try too hard to translate everything over. No, you don't have to follow the exact way, just as long as you get the actual context and feel of the game itself. And what was so great about the first film, though, too, is seeing Chris Berry being a badass. Rimmer from Red Dwarf. I mean, when he grabs that shotgun, it's like, oh man, this is not Rimmer.
Yep. Yeah, they got a lot of things right in the game. I mean, it's a pretty good adaptation of the video game for sure.
Yeah,
the first movie is, and I'd like to see more kind of that moving forward. So if they're going to do a new movie, which I guess they are going to, that's what I would like to see, more of that.
Yeah,
and don't be afraid to show sex appeal of Lara Croft. I mean, she's supposed to be an attractive woman.
Yeah, very much so.
That's part of her having her confidence.
Yep.
Right. I mean,
they're not willing to, and if they are, they're going to make it PG-13 fine. These movies have to be PG-13. I get it. They want a bigger audience. These aren't going to be R. But if they decide to go R, then you would start seeing more of the trauma, because even in the first game, Lara goes through some trauma, and I would like to see that in a movie. That'd be pretty amazing.
Sorry about that. I hit the wrong mute button. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just it. I mean, you can't have a woman who's comfortable how she looks if she's good looking.
Right.
That's the bad thing nowadays out there. And that's what we hear. It's like, nee. It's like, well, you can only feel good if you are a blue-haired land whale.
Right.
But it's like that funny joke where you have to be 6 foot tall, make six figures, and have 8 inches. Or I won't. And this is coming from Blua, the 490-pound blue-haired land whale doing that. And it's like, no, I mean, feeling comfortable in your skin is great, but the thing is, it has to go all across the board.
Yes. It's the missed opportunity is, I mean, when they have in the lore from anything like Hawkeye or Kate Bishop and things that she went through, and gets dark, like I would like to see that on screen to an extent, because the trauma is important for the character development. There's everything. Even Superman had trauma. I mean, it's important. And I would like to see more of that in these shows. If we're going to build the character development, I'd like to see more of the trauma.
Well, that's just it. It's the pain. Main character is not, he's just like me. But the main character has stuff that you can identify with. Like, Clark Kent losing his father.
Yes.
Batman losing his parents. All across the board. I mean, but the thing is we're not identifying ourselves as Bruce Wayne or Clark Kent, but we have that empathy or sympathy or understanding, and it hits us, and we can identify with them in those areas, and that's the big difference.
Yep.
And that's what a hero should be, the proper hero. They shouldn't be a Mary Sue. They shouldn't be absolutely perfect like Ray Palpatine. They have to have their flaws. They have to be knocked down. I mean, look at Indiana Jones. He got the crap kicked out of him.
Yes.
In Raiders of the Lost Ark. It wasn't for that propeller. He would have been, who knows what would have happened to him.
He did. And he didn't always win either. And that's why characters like Belloc is just a great villain, and they play off of each other so well.
Right. And, even Kurt Russell in Big Trouble in Little China. I mean, he is the most inept action hero there is, and that's the way it was supposed to be, and that's what made it funny.
Yep.
And you can identify with it. It's like, nothing seems to be going right, but somehow things are getting done.
Yeah. It just goes to show the character doesn't have to look like you. You just watch the character, and the way the character is written and portrayed, you can identify with different aspects of that character.
Yep. And scary enough, sometimes we can identify with a villain because, it's like, those thoughts have come across my mind, but I was better than acting on them. Unless, of course, you're a scumbag sitting in the theater or watching the TV show. It's like, way to go. That's the way I do it.
Well, it's still, just like, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you have to identify with all the characters in some fashion, but again, it's not me in that world.
Yep. Yes, and even if a character is going to be a victim, give us a good reason why we're supposed to care why this character is a victim. Don't just say they're a victim because of some kind of politics or whatever. It needs to be something that is going to make us feel something. One thing that we're going through right now, especially the last few years, is a lot of these shows and the characters don't make you feel much.
No.
And they really should. And if they did, then they're doing their job. That's why characters from Splinter Cell, Sam Fisher, he makes you feel something. And he's just a character in a video game, but he makes you feel something.
Right.
And that's what we want to see. And I'm hoping moving forward, I'm hoping stuff like The Last of Us actually makes me feel something before Abby takes a golf club to Joel's head. But
because we know Abby's coming. If they're following the games, we know Abby's coming.
Exactly.
And we know something else that's coming in the green room. All ready to pop in there.
Before you bring him in, let me just.
I'm not going to. I'm going to let you do the right thing.
I'm going to say hello to folks who have popped up in the chat. First, I want to say hello to Captain Phantom Nerd.
Hello.
Good morning, Captain, or good afternoon.
Yes.
Yo.
And I also want to say hello to JT Gunn, Late Night with Cap. Good to see you. Of course, DJ Ronnie G.
Yep.
And I want to give a proper welcome to Pops. Hello there, Pops.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we have the long-suffering Mrs. Tag.
Yep. I'm
Welcome.
glad she's able to watch.
As am I. And our next panelist, you've seen him here before, but we can't introduce him without playing this.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
What?
Hello,
Hey.
Anonymous. It wouldn't be Pop Talk if I didn't play that.
No, he's got to have that.
You're just confusing 24/7.
24. The whole backstory to that clip is Anonymous was on Pop Talk on a Sunday, and he was talking about watching a YouTuber, and they saw his name, so they started going Anonymous. Well, he told me about that, and after that Sunday stream, I thought, you know what? I'm gonna make a clip for the next time he comes back on, and I've been playing it ever since.
Lucky me.
Yeah, you should be lucky. I mean, wow, you should be honored, man.
Shut up, Cash.
Well, hey, I mean, at least he's here for you to say "shut up" to. I mean, that's a plus. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, it could be Phil Anonymous. You could be saying "shut up, Phil."
I like saying "shut up, Phil." That's the fun part of my Sunday.
Really, you do, huh? You like to say this.
No coupons for you, Phil. No coupons for you, Phil.
No coupons for you, Phil.
Speaking of Phil, he did say last night that he is having some minor surgery, so I hope everything goes well. With the procedure.
It doesn't mean anything. Get your headset on, Phil, and I don't care if you're in the hospital. I'm here right now.
Go under local anesthetic.
Talking. That's right.
Yeah. Go on local and be on the table and talk to us while they're,
I don't care if they're taking out your spleen. You got no excuses.
Wait a moment. The doctor says, oops.
That's right.
You never want to hear oops. So, no. Anonymous, what are your thoughts on Tomb Raider? You know, there's a new film in the works, TV show, and a new game. And Phoebe Waller-Bridge. And if I haven't done it enough, I'm going to do it again.
Oh, it's all peachy, right? It's all poops and giggles and rainbow brights and unicorns. Phoebe Waller-Bridge is a cancer to Hollywood.
Yep.
Cancer to films.
Mm-hmm.
Her show is going to last just about as long as the National Treasure show.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's how bad it was.
That was the thing.
That's on now?
It's on right now, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
They're hoping to get Nicolas Cage at some point. I don't think that show's going to last. How's that Dookie Howser one doing as well?
I forgot all about it. Don't forget all about it.
Oh, man.
Which one is the Dookie Howser show?
They did one with a female.
With a female. Yeah, that was a couple years ago. Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, already down the memory hole.
Was it called like the Spa at the Y?
Or you could also throw in Girl Meets World, right?
Yes, but at least that wasn't. They had the same people, so it's not.
Yeah, Girl Meets World was okay for like the first first season or two. Right. I can't even remember how many seasons it was, but like towards the last couple seasons or the last season, it went off the rails and she went nuts. And that was back in the day when one of your actors goes bat crap crazy. Everybody knows about it and is like,
well, it's just they have shows before like Jesse and other things. They don't. They used to have stuff like Sweet Life on Deck or Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, shows that kids could actually go, oh, or even adults go, oh, hey, that's funny. Mm-hmm. And now they just, I don't know what the heck the Disney Channel has. I understand Disney Plus, of course, they need to always bring out content, but they're like, hey, let's do a teenage girl version of Dookie Howser. Why? We have to. Do you?
Yeah.
And then we bring back the Mighty Ducks.
Wasn't she a lesbian too in there? So
I don't know. Probably
diversity, inclusion.
Well, I mean, we're considering what what we found out about the original Doogie. You know.
Well, that's real life.
That's
you do whatever you want in real life.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's fine.
But when you're
but how do we know the character wasn't?
Neil Patrick Harris had a good career. It's just How I Met Your Mother, though. The end of that show. Oh, don't watch it. Don't do it.
I've only seen a couple of episodes of that show, and I didn't find it too funny.
Yeah, it was trying to be the next Friends, and it didn't make it for me. So it was just
that's the problem. They're trying to be friends. They don't like Friends.
The ending was just like, no, he did not do this. And wait, she has cancer, and then he picked this other woman, and this is how he met his mother. And then they have now, of course, they're doing How I Met Your Father. That's a thing. I'm just like, oh gosh.
Well, they can't do. I mean, crap. I'm watching that '90s show right now. Mother Puss Bucket, is that terrible?
Oh God, I'm sorry to hear that.
So far, what I've heard about that show is that as far as that '90s show is concerned, the only good parts of the show are when you see the original cast.
Yeah,
it's not even then. The show is written by people who are a one note. Everybody is the same dialogue, has the same dialogue. The only shine through in the show is with Kitty and Red, and that's because they know their characters so well.
Yeah.
And even then, the dialogue screws them over to where they're saying stuff that they would never say. Things that they would never do. They're all the writers, all the dialogue is equal between all the characters. So it's just there's no nuance at all to it, and they're not the same Kitty and Red that you remember.
Well, it's just like,
which is a shame.
Yeah, total shame. It ruins. The kids can't act. None of the kids can act, and it just ruins the entire show.
I mean, Kurtwood Smith. I mean, if it's not in RoboCop being a complete total utter a-hole, it's that '70s show, and of course that '80s show. They tried to do that one, but that was another bomb because unlike that '70s show where they admit that we're reminiscing about our past with the '70s show, they were mocking the '80s.
Yeah,
they weren't having the wink and the nudge with it like they were doing with the '70s show, and we're in on it. It was like, okay, we're going to go in there. We're just going to go full-fledged mock everything about the '80s, and the Goldbergs have done a far better job of being
the Goldbergs. I've watched. It's okay. They have some strong cast members. Of course, one of them passed away about a year or two ago now.
And of course the father left the show because I guess he was in a big
there was some harassment stuff going on. I don't know.
And he didn't want to be on the show no more. And
it was okay, but we're not getting great shows anymore, like stuff like Just Shoot Me. Even Night Court is back. I haven't watched that yet. That has
no.
I'm afraid to
tried it. No, I'm not going there. I can't go there. Honestly, I mean, that's what you can't get lightning in a bottle with.
And hello, Phil.
You go back to your hole.
What, me?
Go eat your carrots. No,
he's getting cut on. He's got a vent somehow.
Go eat your carrots, Phil.
Hey, Phil. I hope you're doing okay.
Yeah.
I guess I have to look at the chat more often, huh?
And hello to Magitech Max. How you doing this morning, Max?
Hey, Max.
What's up, man?
Hello, Magitech.
Yeah.
So bon.
Hey, 24/7. How you doing, man? I didn't say hi.
Yeah.
You good, man? How's it going, brother?
I'm doing good.
You rude mother. Not saying hi to our guest, Animos.
Well, everybody got derailed with the song, and
no matter the guest, if you're on Anonymous, I've got to play it.
You got your theme music. Well, Phil's got his theme music too. I don't have theme music, so I guess I'm not good enough.
No. I don't have theme music either. Neither does. Well, Cash, we just like to give him a hard time.
Well, you got theme music, the opening of the show. That's your theme
Oh,
music.
man.
Nah. All right. So let's go ahead and move on to the next article. And Baron, why don't you
All right.
You
take
want me
this
to
one
do that
away?
one?
Yeah,
Okay, let me
yeah.
share this one. Let me share it. Okay, let me get going here because I'm going into this blind, folks. I don't have any knowledge about this, and I like that because it just means
Diabetes
that
will do that to you.
yeah, senility. That's me. Okay, so we
Yeah, I
got
hope you
that.
are as well, Megs. Yeah.
Okay, so we got that on screen.
Oh boy.
Is it on screen? Okay, there we go. Okay, so this is from comic book. What is it, Resource or whatever? By a line by Julia Anderson, published 3 days ago. D&D's OGL controversy has Pathfinder selling out at a mind-blowing rate. Pathfinder reveals that it's had a massive boost in sales following the WotC controversy surrounding Dungeons and Dragons OGL 1.2 updates. And WotC, for anybody that needs to know, that's Wizards of the Coast, owned by Hasbro, and they're the current publisher for D&D. Buying out TSR back in the really late 90s. Pathfinder achieved a massive sale increase following the Wizards of the Coast, or WotC, Dungeons and Dragons OGL controversy. Pathfinder developer Paizo posted the news to his Twitter account apologizing to fans waiting to receive their orders. We were inundated with many weeks' worth of orders. We have brought in additional hands to help with shipping and are working overtime to send you your new print products as quickly as possible. We apologize for the longer than normal ship times as we work through the queue, the company stated after thanking the players for supporting them. Now, of course, there is the actual tweet that looks like they had from Paizo. The company continues stating, additionally, we have run through what was an 8-month supply of our Pathfinder core rulebooks in the last 2 weeks, and demand on our beginner boxes is surging too. We have already ordered another print run of the hardcore core rulebooks, which will arrive in mid-April. D&D players jump ship to Pathfinder and other TTRPGs, which is tabletop role-playing games, for those who don't know. News of this comes weeks after D&D players began a max exodus from the TTRPG system over the WotC controversy with Dungeons & Dragons OGL update. And I think it's actually a little bit more than just that, but that is one of the things in there. That's my opinion. I'll react to that later. Shortly after WotC updated OGL leak, revealing plans to take away substantial rights from third-party creators and imposing massive royalties on related businesses, D&D players declared they'd switch to new TTRPG system, with Pathfinder one of the most commonly cited. Pathfinder's OCR Alliance and new OGL. Not long after WotC's update, D&D OGL leaked, Paizo announced its own OGL in conjunction with multiple third-party creators. The Open RPG Creative License, or ORC, is a system-neutral open RPG license with collaborators including Kobold Press, Chaosism, Green Ronin, Legendary Games, and Rogue Genius Games. This system would remain accessible for all content makers creating products under it and remove control from Paizo or any other major companies, though the Pathfinder developers said it would foot the bill for the legal costs of creating it. Paizo recently revealed over 1,500 third-party creators have signed on to the ORC Alliance. I love dyslexia. Notable new partners include Roll20 and Foundry, companies that make virtual tabletop for D&D players to host campaigns online. Attorney Brian Lewis, co-founder of Azra Law and the writer of D&D's original OGL, is attached to write the new ORC Alliance document. Oh, now, Very interesting, isn't it, folks? There we go to that awesome scene right there that they have from Pathfinder. My take on this is just one of the nails that's in the coffin of WotC. This obviously did really torque him off. Those publishers I have listed off on there, Green Ronin and the like, those guys were massive OGL contributors to the 3.0, 3.5, editions of D&D. Really making it thrive. You had to have the core rulebooks, or core rulebook at least, the player's handbook, to do any of these games. That was part of the deal. If you're going to do this, they have to have our core rulebook. And of course, not hurting to have the other ones as well, and was a gateway drug to get those. So when they did this, where the people that basically helped build WotC up, getting backstabbed like that, I can see. I mean, they're turning their back. They're going to Paizo. Paizo knows. Paizo built their empire off of that license. They took the 3.5 system when they decided to go to 4th edition. WotC did, and guess what? Paizo shot through the ranks of sales, while the 4th edition was lackluster in comparison. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't have sales, but compared to the two, Paizo didn't start losing their lead on that until the 5th edition came out. This is also in conjunction with that D&D 1, where they're sitting back going, everything is neutral. Everything's neutral. We don't have races, we have species, and all that other psychobabble bullshit, new age, woke crap that they're wanting to pour into D&D. Instead of having the escapism, we're going to pour all this crap into it. Paizo has skirted with it, with Pathfinder and also Starjammer. That's the other ones they have. That's their science fantasy game system that they have, where it's basically, D&D or Pathfinder in space. But the thing is they're still true to the calling. They know what these people are, and obviously it shows that they're getting all these all the people that used to do the D&D content rushing to them. I mean, 1,500 developers out there. No wonder why these books are going out. And what's great about the core rule books, by the way, for Pathfinder, where in D&D you have to have the player's handbook and then have to buy a Dungeons Master guide. For Paizo, it's all included in one book. I mean, you try to pick up one of their books and you throw your back out. That's how I got my second hernia, just to let you know. Which is great. Everything's right there. One book. Now, if you want monsters, obviously you have to go other ways, but if you want all the tools for being a dungeon master or games master in this case, and a player, it's right there under one cover. So WotC is going to have to do a lot to try to make up ground. This could really, in the long run, absolutely destroy them. Make it even worse than the days of TSR when they're looking at the shit going down. And their virtual collapses a few times back in the 80s and the 90s. And that's my take, folks. That's why we have that opinion thing at the beginning.
That's a good take, Baron. I mean, you're the one out of all of us, I believe, that has all the experience with D&D, and if there's anyone to give that opinion, it's you.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's great about D&D or other RPGs is it gives you a chance to play these heroes. Where we're talking about before, how we're watching them and we can identify with them. This is the case where you can actually go out there and play a character. More importantly, somebody who's not you. That's why it's ROLE, not ROLL. We all dream sometimes of being that spy. So that's why you had the James Bond games that came out, or the Top Secret game, or even Spycraft. We dream of going to Slaying Dragons, D&D and all the various others, or going to space, Travelers, Star Wars, Star Frontiers. So this is you making your own myths and your own legends. But when you start doing this garbage, you're taking that away. We're coming to escape not bringing our world into it. And Hasbro / WotC have their heads absolutely up their asses right now, and it's going to affect them. It's going to be interesting to see how this is going to affect that D&D 1 they call it. That's coming out. It's supposed to be D&D. It's going to be basically Edition 6, but they're trying to put another name on it, so it doesn't sound like they're grasping at freaking straws. I don't know too much about the new system of Pathfinder. They did change from the original D20 system. I do have the Starfinder system. I'm assuming they're going to be similar to it, but yeah, I mean, there's similarities, but yet they're still different. But God, man, they got Roll20 and the other ones. I mean, this is going to hurt WotC. And of course, you have the Pathfinder Society, which gets gamers all together and get excited. D&D needs to get something like that, rolling to full strength like they used to have. They had Living Greyhawk, and they also had the one for Forgotten Realms. And they had their own magazine for that, was Polyhedron, which they added into the Dragon magazine after a while. Paizo knows. Paizo, like I said, they have their own problems, yes. But between the two, they're not as bad, and they're going to kick some major ass. There's just no doubt about it.
And there you have it from Baron Norman Tag. Does anyone else have anything they want to contribute?
Ooh.
That's going to be a no.
Well, I brought.
How do you follow that? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if someone's a gamer, they would know. They know the feeling. I mean, for me, of course, I started off with the first edition, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, or AD&D. I was lukewarm with the second edition, but they had such great world building on there. They had Spelljammer, they had Ravenloft, they had, of course, Greyhawk and Forgotten Realms, and the like in there. And of course, when 3.0 came out, the third edition, I mean, this was like, wow, this is crazy, man. And then, of course, all the other people coming in there, Sword and Sorcery Games, they had their Cursed Scarred Lands system, and they also grabbed on to Ravensloft and did their own take off of it, under that license. Paizo's going to do the same thing. They're going to really blow this out of the water with that. It's going to be interesting to see who comes up with what, and it's going to. This is, I think, going to be another renaissance, and it's going to go on the side of Pathfinder, hands down.
All right.
Yes. Hello, Leia Rose. I see you.
Hey, Leia Rose, the president of the Phil McCracken fan club. Even though he denies it, she is. And we wonder why.
Rose, I do want to take the moment to say welcome, Leia Rose, to today's Pop Talk. I also want to say hello to George Lucas. Welcome, George.
Buy back Star Wars, George.
Not going to happen.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And, of course, I do want to say hello to Old Man. Welcome.
Still waiting for those wooden toys, old man.
There you go.
He wants his wooden teeth.
No, it's just so funny that the Hasbro or whoever, Wizards of the Coast, has changed it. They want to change this stuff, and it's like, dude, you guys can make whatever the freaking character you want. I mean, if the board doesn't recognize what you think I don't really understand. D&D has always been inclusive, like actually inclusive.
Yeah, the players have been inclusive. I mean, yeah, obviously you're going to cross some assholes, but
yeah,
overall,
of course.
It's inclusive. Yeah.
You got the thief, you got the wizard, you got the half elf. Now they're telling you they don't want a half elf, and I don't know. It's really bizarre to me. I'm like, it should be as crazy as, but then they're like, oh, well, the board doesn't represent this, and we have to change this, and this doesn't fit this race, and I don't know. It's so crazy. It's just
but it came down to one thing that virtually any gaming group has: 2 words: house rules.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the only thing is if you're in a sanctioned game for, well, back in the day with TSR or WotC, or even with Paizo, you have to go by the actual rules that are out of the book. But on your home game, it's all you can do. It's like if you want to do this up or make this, it's all up to who the dungeons master or games master is. You can go nuts with house rules if you want. And in some ways, that's how some systems got started. Honestly, I mean, right now, Fantasy Flight Games is having, it sounds like a little struggle because they were bought up by Asmodee, and we have that stagnant with the Star Wars role playing game. And it's going to be interesting to see if it's being done.
And it's like anything, like D&D has always had a lot of options. I just laugh that these companies like, hey, if we limit the options, this will be better and make people feel safer or whatever, some nonsense. No. And this is why there was a backlash. Just stop it.
Well, that was
you guys lost. They obviously lost this, and then the OGL is just, it's still around, and go away. Just let these people have their options. You want to play the game, and the game master, whoever it is, whatever rules they want, that's fine. If they want these characters, they want this gender, they want this, that's their rules.
Right.
But that's how it should always be. But they're like, no, it's not like this, and this art doesn't represent this. And you're just like, oh my gosh, can we just stop it?
Well, and the thing is in the games, the art has been across the board, representing across the board.
Right.
You've had women in full plate armor, and you've had them in the chainmail bikinis. You have the guys that have some full plate armor, and you have them in the loincloth. I mean, you have women being spies, you have men being spies. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's like they wanted to ignore the fact that it was also done on the other gender as much as anything else, and we'll turn a blind eye and bitch about it.
Nobody cares about the dudes.
No, I don't care about the dude, that's for sure, because I'm a lesbian in a man's body. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. And
YouTube.
Yep.
That's right.
And that's what was a great thing about the 3.0, 3.5 D20 system is they had the prestige classes. So you could even take your character and advance them in different areas.
Well, the thing about all those versions were that they were very misogynistic because they were not representing the pronouns of today's people in the older games. So now they have to be put into the newer games for the new representation, and everything else.
Right.
Yeah, everything else can fuck off.
Right. Well,
I'm just playing. Nah, but seriously, man, that's what it is, man. They they feel like even in D&D, they're they have a they have a say so. So it was up, Leo Rose. Yeah, but it actually, that's what it is. That's what it is, man. So the way they're coming into everything else, boy, they reared their ugly head over there in D&D.
Oh, they did.
I was on and popping.
I know. I mean, it's falling. I mean, 5 was doing a pretty good job there, and then they started doing changes with that. And now we're seeing they're doing trying to do some changes with the 5 before they go to this D&D 1 system. I guess trying to get us, used to it or comfortable with us. And what they're doing, they're driving people away. And that OGL licensing is just one of the nails in the coffin. I mean, it's not just one nail that seals a coffin. There's several. And WotC sure has been finding those freaking nails.
It's silly stuff. It just, like 24 just said, you gotta get those check boxes in there. But it's like, no, I don't think if anybody's playing D&D and they're like, oh, I want to use my pronouns, people will go, I don't care, go ahead, whatever. I mean, if that's really what you want to do, I mean, I don't think anybody cares, but they act like it needs to be right in your face all the time. Like, oh, this needs to have this. Why? People can just say that they move on. It's silly to me. It's just like the art. The art has to change. They have to have the shaved haircut and the things.
Yeah.
They all have to be half lesbian or whatever. I just find it really silly. The D&D had amazing art, and D&D should always have amazing art.
And excuse me, as a lesbian stuck in a man's body, how does one be half lesbian?
Half goblin, dude. Half lesbian, half goblin.
That's me. I'm half something, that's for sure.
Yes.
No, and that's just it. But the thing is you have a game that takes imagination to play with people out there that have no fucking imagination.
Yeah, they're trying to ground everything, man.
Yeah, they should find some, man. I mean, didn't they go out when they were younger or something, dress up as something, pretend to be something?
That kind of goes. Did you guys see what they had in the paper? This is the exact same shit. I just saw it yesterday. Oh, okay. Over. I can't remember if it's America or in the UK, but now it's becoming problematic to call mummies.
Oh, I heard that.
So basically, old decayed something from Egypt needs to be called something that's more people positive or something that's more societally friendly, because mummy is a too harsh of a word to describe. So I was like, well, what the fuck else are we supposed to call them?
Beef jerky. Ancient beef jerky.
I'm going to call them mummies. I don't care.
Take a bite out of that shit then, Baron.
I'm going to go to the British Museum and I'll be like, "Oh, look at the mummies!" Just so I can trigger a bunch of people.
Just call them Daddy.
Cash, you're really going to do that? Because I got a clip I'm going to play.
Shirley, here we go. Serious. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
really?
What
the hell you say?
Yeah, that's look it up. Like I said, this is new. This is
this is something.
Yeah, like in the last 2 or 3 days, this is hit that they don't want mummies to be called mummies no more because it's fucking is degrading to the fucking mummy. So I don't know, man. What the fuck you do with that?
Well, I don't know.
Mummies are offensive. It's kind of like the same bullshit they did with Namor. Okay, we're gonna fucking offend the Atlanteans for this Black Panther 2 movie, so let's not call them that, and let's call them some other shit. You know, like what are we doing here then?
I don't know.
We Atlanteans, they happen to be lesbians stuck in men's body, are very sensitive people.
Yeah, mermen, right?
Change all this to make themselves feel better. It's just really bizarre. It really is. It makes you laugh, and then they get mad, and it's like, what are you guys doing?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. 24. It's like they change something in a game, say Persona 5 Royal or something. And it's like, you guys understand that flamboyant gay people actually exist in real life, right? You get that, right?
I had a boss that was.
Yeah, they actually exist. So I don't know what you're doing. The fact is you had that in the game before and you want to change it because people were offended by it. Flamboyant gay people actually exist in real life. They just
try throwing a rock in freaking San Francisco and not hitting a flamboyant gay guy.
Yeah, more importantly, drop your keys and kick it into the next city. I mean,
when it comes to all these crazy changes that they want to implement, saying you can't call a mummy anymore, you got to go by this, that identifier, that, and the other. All I seem to hear anymore, anytime I see a video or news article, is clown music.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. This is my theme music. Well,
there's a reason I had that one.
I realize that
people didn't listen. They don't understand it. This started happening even a few years ago, probably around 2016 or around there, or even a little bit before that. This political correctness became a cancer, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Then there's actually college students who are going to school to get a job to change words because they're offended by them. It's crazy. Sure, there's some words, but they're words. It's the same with anything from, Song of the South or anything. Why would you censor any of this? If you're really upset about it, put a disclaimer on it, put it on there, and let people see it for themselves.
Well, screw the disclaimer, for crying out loud. We have enough disclaimers out there.
Oh, I know. But I mean, if they're that upset about it, Baron.
Well, that doesn't stop them, though.
No.
I mean, you put directions on how to do something, and they still do it wrong. I mean, the favorite story I have is the couple that sued a contraceptive jelly company because they thought they had to, because they made toast and put the contraceptive jelly on the toast and ate it. I wish I was joking. I wish I was joking.
Baron,
how
like,
about morons that, they hear Trump talk about hydroxychloroquine, and then they inject themselves with a fish tank cleaner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, our country, our world. I'm not even gonna go with our country. Our entire world is half more just brain dead morons. And
Get
what
that
do you
crap
do?
outta
How do you
here.
fight against such reckless stupidity?
Oh boy.
It's hard.
Really, it's hard. Yeah, I mean,
but really, I was watching like an old episode of Gilligan's Island. This goes along the same lines. They had a disclaimer about how this doesn't represent our value. I just started laughing. It was
they did that to Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, they did that.
Holy shit.
Probably had to do with Islanders somewhere that were coming in.
Yeah, it's we don't want to offend all the fucking shipwreck people,
But they had all these Islanders they had all these Islanders that were Jewish or Italians all painted up to look like Islanders coming in, the headhunters, and of course that's offensive to headhunters. Lord knows they have a huge lobby in Hollywood that were offended. Those headhunters, and they had to put that on there. It's like, really, these headhunters, they're good people.
Can we
just trying to get ahead in life?
Can we get back to just like being okay with telling people to go F off?
Let's see how it would go. Let's make a new series of Roots and have all white people in Africa. Let's see how that goes.
Mm-hmm. And 24, you can be the oppressor. How's that sound?
Oh yeah, and we'll call it snoots.
Oh man.
I mean, but I can't remember. Was it Animos or Cash that sat back and said about the political correctness? And this is exactly where it came out of, was the political correctness movement that we had back in it started in the 80s. It really started in the 80s, and that cancer just started growing and growing to the 90s. And then started mutating and getting worse as the 2000s came along.
Well, yeah, and the person who did the novel of Song of the South is a black sharecropper, or was, and I know there's in the movie something controversial, tar babies, but once again, I point out it was made by Disney. So even on Disney Plus, and I think that's the only animated film that's not on there is Song of the South. Just put it on there. And if you're so offended by it, then put a disclaimer.
What did they do? They just did something with the song.
And then
Zippity Doodah. They took it out of something.
Yeah,
of course.
What was it?
they took it out of the theme parks. It used to be when you're walking into the theme parks.
Yes, this happened. We've talked about this before. It's just like they don't understand this. The same people who want to sign these petitions, and Disney goes, "Oh, we offended all these people." Back in the day, in the pirate days, the women who worked at the bars were called wenches. I know it's offensive, but that's what they were called. So why would we change history when this is offended? I know, right?
Oh crap! We go to a Renaissance festival. The women that are playing wenches want to be called wenches.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. She blows.
Yeah. More ways than one.
Hey, 24. Hey, Captain.
And she's cheap too.
Time to walk the plank, Mike.
We're changing. We're also changing Transformers now. I feel there's like an agenda now there. It's crazy, man. It's Looney Tunes all the time. Oh, and they change Animaniacs a bit too, like Hello Nurse. That's problematic too. Like, and there's even YouTube videos on this, and it's like, it has to be changed because of people's sensibilities. No, it's just people being stupid. Finding something to be offended about.
Yep.
About nerds.
And another thing too, we'll never see Pepe Le Pew no more. He's out of there.
No, he's out of there. Like,
and Speedy Gonzalez.
You know, that cat just had to get into the paint. And then Pepe Le Pew thought, you know, it was a skunk, but it's not. That's the whole thing.
Well, I think they lost the Speedy Gonzalez thing when all the people of Hispanic origins were coming out there and attacking him for it, saying, "Hey, he's our superhero." It's like my daughter's boyfriend, who's half Chinese. It's like Hong Kong Fui. Hey, that's our hero. You know,
Right? Yeah.
You know what? You know the thing is there's some, you know, culturally, I don't know, motivated characters, you know, in pop culture history that, to be honest, over, you know, since they were created, a lot of people have came to accept them. You know, is you know, people like Speedy Gonzalez, people like Pepe Le Pew, shit like that. But then what it is you got the folks from the last 10, 15 years, maybe 20, that are sitting there looking around and they're like, hey, Pepe Le Pew's offensive. So is fucking Speedy Gonzalez and Aunt Jemima and then the Indian lady on the Land of Lakes. You know, that's offending me too.
Uncle Ben's and this.
Yeah, it's like fucking
crazy.
You know, the black dude off the Cream of Wheat. You know, I don't like the way he's looking at me. You know, that kind of shit.
It is, man. It's ridiculous.
Dude, I mean, how offensive?
Yeah,
right.
Somebody's got to do a video of that on YouTube. Like, I don't like the way this.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
So how offensive is it to the black community that Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben's got canceled because a company was using their image? These people were real people who did good things and they were successful. And I'm pretty sure Aunt Jemima was proud to be on.
I would think so. Yeah.
She was a superstar.
Yeah,
she was a superstar. She would go out there and do stuff and promotions, and she was a superstar.
But you know what? The Quaker Oats man is still around though.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, why not cancel him too? The white people. Well, Quakers, you're exploiting the Quakers.
Absolutely.
Well, and you know, back in the day, you want to know who one of the rich people were in Hollywood? It was Eddie Rochester Anderson, who was with Jack Benny, who was a black character actor and comedian. And of course, you know, so here he is living in his big fancy house in LA and all that. You know, he's got a ton of money. It's like, but I'm sure they're going to sit back and say he's offensive because he goes, "Yes, sir, Mr. Benny." But he always had one up on Jack Benny. That was the great thing about it.
Yeah. Well, what about Trix? I find it offensive. You know, he's always messing with those kids in those ads.
Well, actually, I think it's offensive because they're being not letting him have Trix.
Rabbit.
You know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of being discriminated against them. The freaking Lucky Charms.
No.
Dang it! My Irish heritage needs to not be taken advantage of like that. That stupid leprchaun never gets, he never gets anything.
I'm offended by the Minnesota Vikings because they suck.
That's my ancestors.
I would be offended by that football team too, Barrett.
Well, you know, actually, with Lucky Charms, the thing with that is the rainbow of flavors is not represented the right way.
No.
It's not all, it doesn't have all the colors.
No, it doesn't have it.
What is there now? What we up to? The 18 colors now?
It's like the 31 flavors of Baskin Robbins or whatever it was. It's like every time we turn around, it's like it's a new one.
I love
We're going to add this group of people.
We should make videos, all five of us, of things on cereal boxes that offend us.
Well, Captain Crunch does, for crying out loud.
Yeah, Captain.
What about the Wheaties box? I never see myself on the Wheaties box. Come on.
Yeah, come on. Well, I want representation.
Caitlyn Jenner's on it.
Well, no, that was pre-Caitlyn, though. That was
that was Bruce Jenner. Yep.
Dead naming. Sorry, don't do that.
Oh no!
Shame on you. Come on.
Wait. Hold on. Show that again. Let me see that. Wait. What did he just show?
Come on, pop it up.
Oh, okay. All right. That's
was Pepe Le Pew in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canceling.
Yeah. That's what I did.
I mean, if there's only one good thing about the French, it's Pepe Le Pew. Okay, that's all I gotta say.
I mean, you know what was fucked up about that? Y'all hear what actually happened with Pepe? No shit.
Yes,
look,
it's something.
Space Jam 2 with LeBron James is what happened to him, man.
Yeah. Well, LeBron James is what. Well.
Yeah.
We didn't need a Space Jam 2 24.
No. But I'm saying, did you hear what took place?
They cut out a Pepe Le Pew scene from
right and all that. Yeah,
and yet they kept the guys from Clockwork Orange in there in the background, so that was cool. Because
I think they should have cut out all the scenes with LeBron James.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. Oh man.
Wow. So LeBron James getting heckled.
He can't handle being heckled.
That's
the thing about him and a lot of athletes nowadays. They can't handle being heckled by a fan.
Yeah. Back in the days when you heard, hey, Chippa, you suck. Hey, Chippa, you suck.
Hey, check. Hold on a second.
We're holding on for 1 second.
All right. So while we're holding on for 1 second, let's go ahead and take a look at this weekend's box office.
Oh, box office scores. Yay!
Yes, I heard what did I see the other day in Discord? Oh, right. Avatar has passed what is it? Force Awakens, past Force Awakens, which
Avatar The Way of Water has made $2 million.
Because we know a certain individual is Avatar The Way of Flatulence.
It's sharing my screen.
There's one random guy said he's seen this movie 6 times. I'm like, I could not see this film 6 times.
That's Crit.
No.
It has wheels in it.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman. Watch your mouth, woman.
Yeah.
Do you hear
her? What did she say?
What did she say?
I have a lot of nasty things to say about LeBron James.
That look right there.
Ooh.
His mangina was chafed off of that one, I tell you what.
Wow. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Brian?
Fired.
Ooh.
No.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
It did.
It did.
Well, he deserves it. He is a.
Yeah, well, he is a. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it down here. Anyways.
Avatar: The Way of Water is at the 2 million mark. It made 15.7 million this weekend. Puss in Boots is still going strong with 10 million, and that movie has made 334 million.
Nice.
Wow.
That's
worldwide.
That's with Antonio Banderas, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Hey, did you hear what he just said recently?
What did Antonio say?
No, what did he say?
He said, "Hey, I think that Tom Holland should be the next Zorro." Look it up. He said he'd be great for the role, and he's actually pushing to try to get him in to be to Zorro.
Now that's not culturally appropriate.
Nope.
Right.
Is that is he trolling because he knows better?
No, actually, he was serious as shit. Like, look it up, man. Like, this happened about maybe 2-3 weeks ago.
Maybe that's his shots fired at all the wokeness.
Nah.
I think he just likes Tom Holland. I don't know.
He's a real Tom Holland fucking fan deal, whatever.
But he should know better. I mean, he's part of the group. You can't suggest a British white boy to be a Spanish actor or a Spanish role.
I don't. Nah, he was serious as shit. He wasn't playing.
Wow.
Yeah, look, like I said, y'all. I mean, you could look it up. He said that real quick. Like, it's case nobody's heard, he went there with it, man. So
I mean, Anthony Hopkins was the first Zorro, and then of course he became Zorro.
Well, let's not forget George. What's his name?
I mean, but wasn't Anthony Hopkins acting Spanish?
Yes.
Yeah, well,
he's a British actor, so
yeah. Well, Zorro the Gay Blade with George Hamilton. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
The movie that has everything to offend everybody in it besides.
There's also that possibility of how Zorro needs to be a woman, and it's like, I'm sorry, but no.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's Zorro.
Yeah, I did a video on that.
He's working on a series of Zorro, aren't they, or a movie or something?
Yeah, that's Robert Rodriguez and his sister.
Okay.
No, wait, Zorro. No, that's Fez from
That's right.
Yeah,
that's Fez from
Yep. Yeah, that's a weird choice. I don't know how that'll turn out. I would love to see some more quality Zorro, but I don't know. I don't know. Disney's just lost a lot of their minds. So, well,
the hell you say?
I know.
Well, Disney's among good company.
They were. I also read something about how this new character. I don't know how new he is. I'm sure he was in the comics. Kang, Kang, Kang. That he's supposed to be more powerful than Thanos, and I was like, wait a second.
No, Kang. He's been around since the 60s, 70s, from what I remember. And the thing is, he was a low level villain. Like, he wasn't shit. That's why nobody never heard, like I've heard of him because I'm in comic books, but as far as like hearing that, he's a badass and he has a reputation like Darkseid or Thanos. Nah, he doesn't. But what it is they've been trying to build them up in the last 10, 15 years, and now they're giving him all these, I don't know, they're giving him all this fucking respect, like he's supposed to be the next badass when he's really not shit.
Okay.
No, he's powerful only by his technology. As a man, he's just a man.
Okay.
He's from the future. His technology levels is obviously far beyond ours. Our day and age. He's a descendant of Reed Richards. Yes, he's smart, but he's not Thanos level of anything.
But see that first he that's like some of those new changes they've done with him. He wasn't always a relative of Reed Richards. So like I say, he's been around, and that's why he's not like in the comic books, he wasn't that much of a badass. It's like, yeah, he's from, he has the technology, but they just whooped his ass and sent him on his way by the end of the comic book, and he was finished.
Yeah.
Well, see, I was talking about this before. This is what I don't understand, 24. Like, before they even did the Black Panther movie, finding out about White Wolf and Black Panther and that they could have worked together and fought some kind of enemy and we could have a more serious tone. I really wish Marvel would find a brain again more and go back to that. Quantum Mania might be interesting, but if they just go in more of a goofy direction, they've learned nothing. I haven't seen Wakanda Forever. I heard some good things about it, but I haven't watched it.
So my thing is like the first introduction we get to Kang is in the fucking Loki show. So when you seen what kind of piece of shit he was from the show, then how you expect me to get motivated to watch him in the fucking full length movie?
So this is the same actor who was in the show.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So now
a different Kang because he got killed.
Okay.
Now I got to watch, instead of me watching his sorry ass for however long on Disney Plus, now I got to watch him for the next 2.5 hours. Man, hell no.
Oh, not only that, no, he's going to be the big bad for the next phase.
Exactly. So that dipshit. And come on, did you like him in the Loki show? I couldn't I couldn't care less about his ass.
But now I watched 20 minutes of the first episode of Loki and turned it off.
Yeah, Loki's whole premise was just flawed, stupid, and terribly written and terribly thought out. I don't even think they still didn't have a plan back then when they made Loki. So they're just hodgepodging all this crap together, trying to make it work. And it just comes out looking like a kaleidoscope of stupid.
Well, it's just silly too because like Marvel, especially Disney Marvel, what they should do is hire the people who worked on these Netflix series. That you want to hire those people, and then hire the people who worked on stuff like Agent Carter and Agents of Shield. That right there would be going in a better direction. But I don't know if they're gonna.
Well, they just recently. I thought I had heard that they recently have one of the writers from Obi-Wan writing for the new Daredevil series.
Yeah,
no, a CW guy.
Oh, even worse. Even worse.
Oh, yay.
Yeah, he wrote on CW show. I can't remember which one it was though.
Well,
the Crap Watching Network.
They don't.
For
they
Batwoman.
have, yeah, dude. They had good. Even season 1, it was like, well, what's better in if you ever watch any of Batwoman, especially just season 1. The father of Kate Kane and Lucius's son in that season were the only two really interesting parts of that show. Everything else was just a mess. Kate Kane's like, oh, I have these relationships, and you're like, why am I supposed to give a shit? Well, why am I supposed to care? And this has been a problem with a lot of these type of shows, and even the CW did some of these crossover events right. But then, like the last one, they ran into some problems. And it's just weird. They have some good ideas, and then they squander them. They change characters. It's terrible. I don't get it. I don't really understand. They have some good build up, and then they just squander it. They have to change his character a certain way. It's really weird. It's just like all these comic book movies. DC's having the same problem. It's just a giant mess. You got to start fixing the mess.
Well,
but they don't think they're in a mess. See, they're deluding themselves, lying to each other, thinking they're the most awesome thing around, and everything has to revolve around their gender and their crotch they can't come to grips with the fact that their stuff isn't making money. More people than not do not like what they're doing, but they live in this bubble where they Skype with each other and then they pat each other on the back for making Tim Drake gay and making a gay crippled Spider-Man and I mean the self-delusion is you can cut it with a knife. I mean, it's so thick. And they're thick, and they can't get past, their own bullcrap and come back into reality.
No,
and they're not there yet. They're not done. They still need some time in the oven.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at what's happened to comics. That's why like manga's dominating comics even here, is because if you guys saw watch any of those other YouTube channels, some of them, and they show some of the dialogue, and they're talking about this pee joke, and it's like, oh, are you into? Yeah. It's like, come on, man, this is this is what you guys want to write. What happened to the whole thing about the triumph and the sacrifice and just bad things that happened to them, how the character grew, how they became friends, how then two characters hated each other, that they became friends. Where's all that? That was character development. You don't see that stuff much in a lot of these comics.
And you're not going to see it in comics or TV or movies right now.
No.
Not much.
These people don't have any good life experiences like most of us do. So like Mindy Kaling, she doesn't have real life experience.
But she should know better because she was on The Office. She should just know better.
She's just a tag along. She can't write real life drama. If she lived 1 year in my life, she'd self-delete. I mean, come on. These people, they don't know what real life is.
No.
They break a nail. They think their world's about to end. So they can't write real characters. They can't understand a development of tragedy that happens to somebody that makes them grow or makes them regress into a terrible lifestyle or makes them stronger in the long run. They don't understand. They don't have that in their life.
Right.
You know?
Well, they're the Karen Squad.
They're not willing to do research. I mean, did Mindy Kaling ever watch any old Scooby-Doo, or did she just go, "Oh, maybe I watched half an episode, but I'm going to do it this
probably
way"?
Watched the movie.
I don't like. Yeah, watch the movie. Yeah.
William Hanna and Joseph Barbera would be turning their graves if they saw what they did to their characters.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe they would.
All across the board. All across the board.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
mean, I'm surprised. You know, it's like if somebody like, hey, let's bring back Johnny Quest, and even if they were like, just as an example, as a live action, you would still want to, if you're going to do it right, you follow a lot of the lore, and then it'll start coming together. Instead of doing what they did with stuff like Cowboy Bebop. But, you know.
Boy, we are hitting all the other articles here, and he's got Carol Burnett up.
It's all right. As I've said before, if we get on a roll on an article and the conversation's good, I'm going to let it keep going.
Yeah, we don't derail. We never derail.
You know what I want to see? Like, let's see what Henry Cavill can do with the way he is one of the fans, what he can do with Warhammer. What we can do with live action. It could be pretty amazing, even with Amazon backing it.
Right.
It could be.
Well, that's what
is the way they do it, and they get the lore right. They get a lot of. It's just you know what did we talk about before, Baron? Like, you know, if you have the females in there, they're the officers, right? And then the Space Marines are always, because of their certain genetics, as we talked about, that there will always be the Space Marines, because, as you said, they have some kind of
it has to deal with the testosterone and just being male. I mean, there is biological. Excuse me, I'm going to offend all you blue-haired freaking land whales. There's a difference between male and females, between the XX and the XY. There is a difference, and that's just it. I mean, you're talking about they're using, basically biological DNA and various other stuff from a man to his quote-unquote male children, the Primarchs, that was then passed on to their children, the Legions, which then got broke down to the various chapters. But is a very male. Yeah, in the very beginning of the game system, back when it was called Rogue Trader, they did, because they didn't have really any of the lore. Really, they were building the lore at that time. You did have a female Space Marine or two, but then again, at that time, they're just average people,
right?
That were kind of like what they stole it from Robert Heinlein's Starship Troopers. Basically, that's your Space Marines. But if that's the case, then it's like they also had half Eldar serving in the Imperium at that time. Which, of course, if that's the case, then we have to bring the Eldar in, being kumbaya with the Imperium, which, of course, as the lore expanded, doesn't exist. They hate each other.
Right.
Everybody's killing each other. The big joke is, who's the good guy in 40K? I don't know.
And real quick, I do want to say hello to Jet Sparks. And I also want to say hello to Nova Vaughn.
Nova Vaughn and Jet Sparks. Well, welcome.
Well, you know what we need, though? Let's get, and just for Phil, we need a live action version of GoBots.
Here we go. I'm for that more than another Transformers movie.
Yeah, I'm just.
I'm not kidding.
Baron.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So, moving on to our next article. This one comes from Variety. NBC celebrates Carol Burnett's birthday with 90 Years of Laughter Love Special. And it starts off by saying NBC has announced a new special, Carol Burnett 90 Years of Laughter plus Love, to pay tribute to the comedy icon on her birthday. Taking place at the Avalon Hollywood, the 2-hour special will bring together Burnett's friends, colleagues, and admirers with personal tributes and musical performances. Goes on to say, I'm so excited NBC decided to throw me a birthday party and invited all of my closest friends, Burnett said in the statement. I can't wait to look back at so many wonderful moments throughout my career. I feel so lucky to share this night with everyone. Goes on to say musical guests include Bernadette Peters, Billy Porter, Jane Lynch, Katy Perry, Kristen Chenoweth.
Billy Porter.
Oh, wow.
Who will perform numbers such as Old Friends, Only an Octave Apart, Sills and Burnett at the Met, and it also says that they'll perform I'm So Glad We Had This Time Together, as well as songs from Annie, because she was Miss Hannigan.
Yep.
I can't tell you how many times my sister watched Annie as we were growing up. It's like, okay, I even know this movie by heart now.
The sun will come out tomorrow.
It says other birthday party guests include Eileen Quinn, Amy Poehler, Bill Hader, Bob Mackey, Cher, Ellen DeGeneres, Julie Andrews, Kristen Wiig, Laura Dern, Lily Tomlin, Marissa Tomei, Sofia Vergara, Steve Carell, Susan Lucci, Tracy Ellis Ross, and Vicki Lawrence. It says the retrospective special will look back at the most memorable moments in Burnett's illustrious career, Once Upon a Mattress on Broadway to Miss Hannigan and Annie to 11 seasons of The Carol Burnett Show. Goes on to say, it's hard to imagine anyone in television more beloved than Carol Burnett, remarked Jen Neal, Executive Vice President of Live Events and Specials at NBC Universal Television and Streaming. To throw this wonderful birthday celebration is clearly our honor, and we can't wait to share the love we all have for her with all her adoring fans. Goes on to say, Burnett, Brian Miller, Steve Sauer, Paul Miller, Baz Halpin, Mark Bracco, and Linda Graham, I'm probably saying that wrong, of Silent House Productions, executive produced the special. The birthday celebration will air April 26th at 8 p.m. and stream on Peacock April 27th. It also goes on to say a few other things about a Keith Sutherland special, but we're just focusing on the Carol Burnett special that NBC has coming up in April. So, I mean, that's an incredible feat. 90 years and all the entertainment she's given each and every one of us.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's 10 years away from Bob Hope when he had his 100th birthday,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's been around and been inspiring for I don't know how long out there. And, she got her start with Gary Moore, the Gary Moore Show. Is where she got her start. He was the one that basically discovered her. And then she just exploded after that, the Carol Burnett Show. And then, of course, she got a great cast of characters with that. Unfortunately, her daughter, I believe, died of an overdosage back in, was it in the 2000s? I think it was the early 2000s.
Yeah, I think it was the early 2000s.
So, I mean, she's had, personal tragedies, but a lot of ups as well. Yeah, I mean, she is one of the greats. And when people sit back and say, we had nobody that was feminine in that area, it's like Carol Burnett, Phyllis Diller, all this. These ladies made us all laugh. Carol Burnett would never have been as successful as she was if they were saying what they were saying. And she was a great comedic talent. I believe It Went With the Wind or whatever, the Making Fun of Gone with the Wind, is still considered one of the greatest comedy sketches of all time.
Yep. And I do want to thank Magic Tech Max for stopping by. She says, okay, got to go and lurk. Good stream and great laughs. Thank you.
Was it?
No,
Was
no,
it something?
thank you for being here.
Was it something I said, Mags? I'm sorry.
Yes, it was.
I thought
It's
so.
always something you said,
It's
Baron.
me. It's me.
Yeah, I just wish people like Billy Porter didn't have to be on the list and Lily Tomlin. Oh gosh.
Our what's her name? The singer with the big boobs.
Kristen Chenoweth?
Katy Perry. Katy Perry.
Oh, Katy Perry. Gosh,
Yeah.
if she cuts her hair short again and looks like I don't know. Yeah, that's right. You heard me, Katy Perry. Come find me. That's right.
Yeah, you want that, don't you? That's what you're trying
Not
to do.
really.
Yeah.
She wants the chin.
She
she wants a chin ride, man. She wants a chin
Katy
ride.
Perry is she's kind of a nutcase, but you know.
What the hell you say?
I know.
I don't know if they're going to show that moment, old man. I really don't. Probably not. Probably a few people would be offended and get on Twitter and start reading. I mean, you hear about
No. It's okay to show your boobs now. I think. No, I'm confused. No, because it's empowering or it's degrading. I can't remember. It's
Well, when I show it, it's degrading. If women show it, it's empowering. So, for some reason, they don't like man boobs.
Barrett, how many times have I told you?
I'll keep my shirt on. I mean, how many people even know who Gary Moore is? Or Sir Arthur Treachery?
Wow,
Any of those
those
people?
are some names going way back. Yeah. Way back. Mm-hmm.
Or Durwood Kirby? Or any of those?
None of the kids born in the last 20 years would know.
Yeah, that's tough. It's a tough one, man. Those, yeah.
But that was black and white. We don't like watching black and white.
Hey, who knows who Terry Porter is? Man.
Oh, Terry Porter. The name rings a bell, but I got a cluttered attic.
Wasn't he the Black Fairy Godmother or some shit?
Oh, in recent days. That's probably why. Yeah.
But wasn't it Cinderella or?
Oh, you
I
mean
think it
Billy?
was
You talking
one
about
of the
Billy
Cinderella
Porter 24 on the Amazon series, where he's
Yeah.
a fairy godmother? Is that what you're talking?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, man. I might have the wrong person. I don't know.
Oh yeah, Billy Porter. Yeah, I know a bit too much about Billy Porter. Unfortunately, my dad didn't know really about Billy Porter and was at some concert, and Billy Porter was there, and Billy Porter decided to start his crap, and it really upset my father. But anyways, just
Okay, so
it wasn't necessary. Yeah.
Can you please point on the doll there, Cash Money, where Billy Porter touched you?
hurt your dad.
Or touched your dad? Yeah.
Seriously, no. He
It's
decided
it's
that
like
was
Nom. He
great.
doesn't like talking about it.
He decided it was a good idea during a concert to start talking about politics, and it's like, dude,
That's
you
how
can
they
do
do.
what you want, but that's not cool. No,
That's all they do.
Ridiculous. But my dad didn't really know anything about Billy Porter, and it was like, oh man.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I don't give a snark.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
No. Like that new guy playing Doctor Who. I don't know.
A lot of these people are just annoying. That's all. They're just.
Isn't that most in Hollywood? They're all annoying, whether they're actors or writers, and
even on this panel. But we make it. We still make it.
Yeah, we tolerate Baron.
Yeah. And the important word is tolerate. Yeah.
Well, it's really funny to me when they go, well, you know what? I didn't watch the old show. I'm just playing the character like this. And it's like, excuse me?
I know nothing about this, but
yeah, disqualified.
Awful.
We need a new
unfortunately, a lot of the
modern
I was going to say, unfortunately, a lot of the writers and actors aren't qualified nowadays.
No,
they don't care. Just sit like other people used to do, other celebrities used to do. Go and do some research. Is it really that hard?
But that takes time and effort, Cash. Nobody has the time and wants to make the effort anymore.
It's not even that. It's their ego. Their egos. Their egos are so large that they think I don't have to go research these characters. I can make it my own, and it'll be a hit, and I'll be known for doing this thing, whatever character it is, and making it better than what it was. And I'll go down in history as, you know, the guy who like changed whatever Iceman or like The Last of Us. Last of Us sucked anyway, but you know what I'm saying. They think they're gonna get fame and fortune by creating something out of something else and making it their own, so they can get all the accolades and the awards. And in reality, everything that they do to these things is just a tear down. It ticks people off. It's generic garbage that nobody wants.
Yeah.
Well, it's people who don't appreciate this stuff and don't watch it that go out and complain about it. And when everything gets changed, they still don't watch it. It's like, well, are you a fan of it? No, but I think it's going to change. Are you going to watch it? No. Well, then why are we even bothering talking to you?
Because it's diverse and inclusive. That's all they care about.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then they start losing viewers and fans and such, and they start wondering why. Well, because you're listening to the enemy. And I'll say that. It's the enemy.
Yeah. The enemy of money, the enemy of creativity, the enemy of originality. And it warms my pea-picking heart to know that Velma went so far into tearing down a character and a group of characters that even the left don't like it.
Yeah.
That's magic.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I always sat back and said, you know, when it comes around to quote unquote politics, it's not political party things, because in what we have in our movement here, especially on YouTube and such, that we've been clamoring for, we have Democrats, Republicans, we have people of all religions, and we have people of all ethnicities and all that. The only thing that we're clamoring for is good entertainment. So, yeah, I mean, you have someone who's a Democrat that's absolutely pissed off about it. Because why? This isn't what Scooby-Doo was. This isn't what it's about. What are you doing to this? And of course, for those people, they're just as mad at them because they're not the pure woke like they are. It's like the old joke about the Chinese and the Russia and the Soviet Union, about which one had the better communism. So
speaking as a Christian man, if I never saw any religion depicted in a TV show or a movie ever again, it wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't be like clamoring, why isn't my religion represented in this movie? Oh my God. You guys are such Jesus phobes. It wouldn't bother me if the story was good, the acting was good, the special effects, or whatever it is, kind of story it is. I don't have to see that in a movie. I don't. God's not going nowhere. Jesus Christ isn't going anywhere. We will take care of ourselves and doing what, going out in the world and preaching the gospel. But we're fine with that. We don't need. So why does everybody else have to have their own garbage, their own baggage in these movies just to feel validated? That blows my mind.
Well, it's just like shows even like Rick and Morty lately. Like there's stuff with Justin Roiland. I'm not going to get all into it, but if they end the show, it's okay. I mean, they took the last season, they went really weird, especially the whole thing about a clone and a clone having a relationship. The person in the clone having a relationship is the weirdest thing. And I was like, really, Rick and Morty, you're going in this direction? And then there was something about, I'm not going to go all into it. There's another episode that was really, really weird, like really creepy and weird. And some of it was funny, but then the rest of the season was fine. So if it ends, just end it.
Well, this isn't the first time he got in hot water.
No,
remember he got in hot water back about the second season about some tweets he was saying about child abuse or something like that. I can't remember exactly, so don't quote me on that. But there was something that really started pissing. That's why the third season they had to start getting more feminist writers in there, and why it started suffering, because now we're going with the woman's side and all that. And it's like, well, it's not as funny.
Yeah, I still find I found the show funny, but it's just like some of the directions they went. Even one of the guys I talked to from the supermarket I go to was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "It's just." He says, "Dude, that sounds like some agenda bullshit." I said, "It felt like it. It's just, it was really creepy and weird." And I was like, "What am I watching?" And it's just, and then after those 2 episodes, things got better, and I was like, "Oh, thank you." But if it ends, it ends. It's okay.
So we just want to make an announcement here. We do not have a situation where the Vatican has made it known there is not going to be a Saint Phil McCracken. He's all good. He's doing all good there. So
yeah, keep Phil out of the church, man. You can't, no.
You disappoint, Phil. You disappoint.
Go back and eat your carrots in your hole.
Actually, his Buster Bars.
Yeah, go eat your Buster Bars, man. Just don't eat too many of those. You might get a stomach ache.
Yeah. Just don't bring Buster Bar up around Master Paul. It still stings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, Paul blew his chance. He had a chance.
Yeah, Michael's got it now. I mean...
So we have this article here from Superhero Hype, and it says HBO orders The Last of Us Season 2. 2023 is turning into the year of The Last of Us. The hit video game will celebrate its 10th anniversary later this year, and the highly anticipated HBO adaptation is already a hit out of the gate. Now, after only 2 episodes have premiered, HBO has officially ordered Season 2 to continue the journey of Joel and Ellie until Joel ends up being killed by a certain character I know a lot of people don't want to see.
Right.
With a 5-iron.
Starts with an A.
Goes on to say, I'm humbled, honored, and frankly overwhelmed that so many people have tuned in and connected with our retelling of Joel and Ellie's journey, said The Last of Us co-creator Neil Druckmann. Yes, I said that on purpose.
Good.
I was going to say, if that was his real name, that's a Appa Pro.
I know it's Druckmann, but hey,
it doesn't matter. I got some other names to call him.
Druckmann.
In a statement, the collaboration with Craig Mazin, our incredible cast and crew, and HBO exceeded my already high expectations. Now we have the absolute pleasure of being able to do it again with Season 2. On behalf of everyone at Naughty Dog and PlayStation, thank you.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
I'll say this for Jeremy right now, just on his behalf. F Naughty Dog.
Mm-hmm.
I got you, bro. I got you.
They've changed so much, and unfortunately, and they're done with the Uncharted, which is fine. I never watched that Uncharted movie. I heard it was pretty good. I didn't watch it though, but the Last of Us, the way it's going to end, and people are like, it's so good, and that's fine. I just nitpicking the hell out of this show because I love the first game so much. But I don't. I guess I don't mind Pedro Pascal. I guess he plays these tortured characters well. But this show, I don't like Ellie, and I don't care if people want to get mad at me and whatever. I just don't. It's just when my friend said it, her face kind of looked like Rocky Dennis. I couldn't stop laughing. But
I try to stay away from that. But yes, I know.
Yeah, it's yeah. But no, it's just they in the second episode. Is it curses?
I think it's fine to give away spoilers a week after the second episode is aired.
Attention, everybody! We're going to have spoiler alerts here. So
I'm going to be giving away spoilers tonight after I watch episode 3. I've already put it in.
What I'm seeing with The Last of Us is that we're seeing these battles like we did in the game, instead of just seeing the aftermath about what happened. That's fine, but we'll see. But I have friends who are already saying this is a great, amazing show, and that's fine. But it just, I don't know. Something about Ellie still bothers me. I'm fine with Pedro Pascal. I agree with some other people. They kind of did Tess dirty, maybe not kind of. They actually did her dirty in the show. They didn't really expand on her character like they did in the game, in the first game. She does die, obviously, but I don't know. They could have expanded on her character more. So I just think if you've played the game, if you haven't played the game and you're watching the show, you may love the show. But if you're played the game, then I feel you have to nitpick the show.
And see, you've played the game. 24's played the game. Anonymous, have you played the game?
No.
Okay, so you would be coming at it from the same perspective I'm coming at it, as someone who hasn't played the game and is learning about these characters from the TV show's perspective. But then you're hearing Cash and 24's perspective on how the characters are in the game, and you're seeing both sides. You're seeing the side of the people who are, strict to the game and its lore, and then the side of the people who are only getting to know these characters for the first time because of the TV show. You can understand where both sides are coming from, where they see things that they like, see things that they don't like. I've said it multiple times. I don't think that actress that's playing Ellie has the acting range.
What do you think, 24? Are you liking this show?
I mean, I don't know. It's all right, but it's like see, I guess the problem with all of us is we know the bullshit behind all of it.
Yes.
So sometimes knowing too much into the politics behind something makes it harder for you to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's all right. I mean, the old girl, she's like, what, 20, 21 years old? I mean, trying to play the role of what, a 13, 14-year-old? I don't know. Shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. She has a whole weird thing about herself. She's on like this whole butch kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, she's gender fluid.
With her coming out with this gender fluid shit, last week, that shit didn't help none either, man.
I mean, people can feel however they want, man. I just, in the second episode, she says the cuss word like 10 times, and people say, "Oh, why does that matter?" Just because a show is TVMA doesn't mean that the character just cusses. Ellie cussed in the first game, and it made a point. It's just a cuss. It's silly to me. So it's minor. It's nitpicking, but I can't help not nitpicking this show. I have to. Tessa's hair wasn't even black in this show, 24. I know that shouldn't matter, but her hair is black in the game, so why wouldn't it be black in the show?
Attention to detail is lost, really.
Yes.
Well, again, it's knowing what what your research. I mean, even the most basic research. Let's throw it away for an agenda. And basically, that's what it is.
Well, another thing I think that's hurting the series is that you have people that worked on the game directly involved, and they're not even speaking up saying, no, this character has to look like this. This character has to look like this. And they have to have these characteristics.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. So I can't give the show a pass because it has potential and it's got a quality budget. Thank goodness. The budget is definitely good for this show. Certainly spent money on this show. But I know where it's going to end up, and it may be fun for a while. Freaking Phil. Go eat your carrots, Phil. Eat your carrots. Yeah, we know how it's going to end up, and this show, Well, we'll just see what happens moving forward. I mean, there's 8 episodes, and we'll just see. But are you still gonna continue to watch the show 24? I know you played the game just like I did. So
I think I'm about to drop off, man, on that show.
okay, just not feeling it anymore. You like the first game a lot, right?
Of course, yeah. I got both. I got the original and the remastered.
Yes, nice. Yeah. So you're just. Is there something about the show? Is it Ellie? Is it just you feel like 2 or 3 episodes?
It looks forced.
Okay.
It looks like it doesn't look like, I don't know. It just seems like you know, like you could. It feels like the actors are forcing the scenes as they go instead of it just being a natural thing. Like if they're naturally in the middle of some shit, you know. So I don't know, man. The whole thing with adaptations and regardless if you're getting it from like a TV show or a movie or whatever, you know, or a video game, and you're trying to adapt it into something else. If this thing was a hit, whatever you're putting your hands on, if this thing was a hit, everything has already been laid out for you. I don't see how people can fuck up something that's already been created. Like if I don't care what, if it's Transformers and you already got all the G1 shit, and you know Optimus Prime, you know Autobots, you know Bumblebee, you know all that shit. How can you fuck it up when you sit there and you adapt it into a movie?
Yeah,
exactly.
Why are you gonna change the way they look, the way they act, the fucking story, all that shit? That's not what made it famous,
right?
So you know all this change of shit, man. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
If you already got the format of what made this famous, it's all laid before you, and all you have to do is just fucking turn it over from whatever video games or comic books and just make it come to life. Do that. But we don't want to see the director's version of it or the studio's adaptation of it. We want to see the actual shits come to life, and that's not what's happening. So it all fails, all of it. A perfect example. How the fuck can The Rock be a fan of Black Adam since he was a kid, been wanting to do this motherfucker for the last, 13, 15 years? Finally gets to do the movie, and it's nowhere near nothing like the character. What fucking... How are you a fan?
Yeah, I get
you
that.
ain't if Black Adam's not bald headed and Black Adam is not all this bullshit and he's in a fucking Bechtel tank like he's fucking Boba Fett or some bullshit. All this shit happening, none of it never happened in the comic books. Why are we watching this?
Yeah,
we're watching fucking people trying to make adaptations of villains that had everything to do with the hero, but when you fucking put them in movies, they're not even associated with each other. Venom is one thing, Black Adam is another. We can go on and on, man. It's all this shit. None of it's done right, man.
Yeah,
so it all fails.
It's aggravating, man. Just like the second Venom movie. It's like, what is this whole thing about how Eddie Brock and Venom have this like relationship and stuff? That's not how it was in the animated show or even the comics. Like, that's silly. It's ridiculous. And they keep, it's like they're trying to push something, of course. And
it's like fucking Eddie Brock is fucking Venom.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like they have some kind of gay relationship or something. At least that's how the second movie made you feel sometime. And then Venom was going off about some politics and that. It's like, what the fuck is this? He wouldn't do this, Venom? No, this symbiote? No. This is ridiculous. And yeah, and stuff with The Last of Us, it's like, why can't they get Ellie to look more like the game? Why can't they have these little details? 24. Why can't they have more flashbacks? One thing I feel that show could use is some more flashbacks. So it's like some of it's interesting. I'm like, okay, and they have a good budget, but we know how it's going to end, and we know the second game didn't make as much money as the first game. That's just the reality. Yeah, it's oh my gosh. But yeah, I just I may stick with this show for a while, but I don't want to see Joel have a golf club taken to his head by Abby. I don't care about that. That's terrible.
That's the difference between
He's gonna get his fucking Glenn moment real quick.
Yeah, there's two types of people. See, people who you like the first game, so you're going to watch the first season of the show,
right?
But you know what's coming,
mm-hmm.
But you'll invest yourself into, all of it, all the way up to the part where I'm out now. But you knew it was coming.
Mm-hmm.
But people like me, I know what's coming, so I'm not going to bother. I'm not wasting my time with. The first part just to get to the second part, where I know I'm not going to like. So,
right.
I'm not. It's not a slam or nothing, but I mean, you do you, and if you want to enjoy the first season, if it's good, that's fine. But
right,
I just can't invest my time for that. But
yep.
Thank God these motherfuckers left Uncharted alone, because the way they fucking did. The Nathan Drake and the guys in the damn TV in the video game, they're getting their ass beat, all kind of shit.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Number 4, they weren't even the fucking heroes of their own shits, so it don't even matter.
Yeah, I enjoyed those games though. I haven't seen the movie, but I really liked the Uncharted games, and I liked 4 a lot too. I don't know. And then they said they're not going to do any more 24. Well, good. Don't, because the way it is, it's fine. Leave it alone. You don't have to keep doing more Uncharted games. No. Unfortunately, Naughty Dog is a mess. It was like the rise of Chun-Li. Did you ever see that nonsense, 24? I was just like, what are these guys doing? They could do a better Street Fighter movie, It's also funny. Haven't they learned from like the first Mortal Kombat, the first Silent Hill, even the first Resident Evil was pretty decent? Why they should go back into some kind of direction with that, but they mess it up, or they get someone like Uwe Boll. It's like he does like Blood Rain and stuff. It's like, this is not like the game. This doesn't feel like a fun movie. It's just a mess.
Yeah, it's just a waste of time for them to adapt a previously established IP, right? It's not creative for them. They think they're the masters of creation, masters of talent, and to just one-to-one a video game or one-to-one a comic book or something, a comic book story is not creative, not good enough for them. That's just not in their wheelhouse. So that's when they take creative liberties and destroy it. So it's like I said, it's all about ego.
Yep, it is. A lot of it is definitely ego.
So, is there anything else that anybody would like to say before we talk about the Cowboy Bebop creator and his thoughts on Netflix's live action failure?
Yes. We need these fans who care so much about these properties and so much passion and energy, even putting together a 20-minute video. So a lot of them should be hired. They really should. And we just get amazing stuff. But unfortunately, that won't happen.
All right. So, moving on to our next story, it comes from Bounding in the Comics, and it says Cowboy Bebop creator Shinichiro Watanabe says he was only able to stomach one scene of Netflix's live-action adaptation.
We got more into it than I did.
It's yeah.
The article says it seems that it wasn't just fans who were unhappy with Netflix's absolute mishandling of the beloved space western series, as original Cowboy Bebop anime creator Shinichiro Watanabe has admitted that he couldn't bring himself to suffer through more than one scene of the streaming services live action abomination. The veteran anime director shared his opinion on the widely panned, canceled 3 weeks after its premiere adaptation during a recent career retrospective interview given to Forbes. Ollie Barter. It goes on to say, let's see, following brief look back at the past portfolio, including such works as Blue Comet SPT, Lacineer, and again, I do apologize if I'm mispronouncing any of these names, Gundam 0083, and of course, Cowboy Bebop. Wanatabe was asked for his thoughts on Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, to which he revealed that he was, to say the least, not a fan. For the new Netflix live action adaptation, they sent me a video to review and check. Recalled Watanabe goes on to say, it started with a scene in a casino, which made it very tough for me to continue. Goes on to say, I stopped there and so only saw the opening scene. He confessed it was clearly not Cowboy Bebop, and I realized at that point that if I wasn't involved, it would not be Cowboy Bebop, he added. I felt that maybe I should have done this, although the value of the original anime is somehow far higher now. Yeah, because it's it's much better than what Netflix tried to do. Not only did Watanabe share his distaste for Netflix's adaptation, he also opened up about the general opposition to the Hollywood machine. And it goes on to say, back on the Animatrix, I first got to work with people in Hollywood, said the director, reflecting on his short for the animated The Matrix anthology. Kid story, working with those kinds of people is always difficult. This is because at the beginning they promised me that I could do whatever I want, but that's just tip service or lip service in this case. Actually, I had a big altercation. Altercation. It's one of those things where I can't read right now. Altercations with a Hollywood producer on the Animatrix. Watanabe recounted. He also goes on to say he could always come with these stupid requests just so he could identify his own contribution. He continued, as requests were stupid and made no sense, I rejected all of them. Unfortunately, I couldn't win this situation, so I had to concede on some of these things. I learned from this bitter experience, though, the director affirmed. For subsequent projects, I became smarter and at handling people who wanted to interfere. In that, I would send back very small corrections or adjustments just before the deadline that tended to work. Goes on to say, in Japan, you sometimes get producers that are similar to American ones. Watanabe said, you also sometimes find good producers in America. And let's bring Baron back in. So let's see. Producers in America. The original producer on the Animatrix was a really good guy. He noted he understood my work, and it goes on to say a little bit more. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but for him to be able to watch one scene and say, nope, this isn't my Cowboy Bebop, I commend him.
I do too, but I want to ask one question. Who's the one that put the pillowcase over my head and threw me out the door and locked it? You didn't realize that the window was open in the bathroom. I got back in. Whoever was that did that, I think it was Cash or Anonymous. One of you guys. Yeah, I thought so.
So y'all, I'm gonna have to take off, man.
Okay.
All right, 24. Thank you for being a guest with us today.
Oh
And
man, I had a good time, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
Of
Thanks
course,
y'all
catch
for having
20.
me.
Too.
Sure, and don't forget to catch his show at 4:00 Central Standard Time, 5
5
Eastern
o'clock
Time.
Central.
Yep, the Primetime Kings. Don't miss that show with the ever mysterious Vigilante Williamson, the hot roddy New Bomb Turk, and yours truly tagging along on the mighty giant himself, 24/7 Fusion Media.
Yo, Baron, you got the time wrong, man. It's 5 o'clock Central.
5 Central. Okay, I'm sorry. 5 Central.
Should have showed up early.
I would have been early.
Yeah.
Not the first time. I get my times mixed up. It's not just it's not Pacific that gets things wrong. It's me too.
Nah, you good, man. But man, I had a great time, man. Look forward to coming back and kicking it with y'all, man.
Yeah, thanks.
You're always welcome back, 24.
Dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. We gotta get some more laughs in there, man. So you know how.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Oh yes.
I love your passion, man. I appreciate it. It just it gets very entertainment can get very upsetting, especially when you've seen so much great stuff and where it's going now. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's great.
Right.
Most of the time it's mediocre, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Oh, you know it, man. Shit, man. Look forward to catching up with y'all again, though, man. So, yeah, man, we got to do this again, man. I like I said, I had a great time, man.
Oh, man, you have a good week.
I'm looking forward to
Yeah,
tonight's Primetime Kings.
Oh, that's cool shit. Look forward to seeing you there, man. Thank you, man.
Yep.
All right, man.
No
You
problem.
gentlemen, enjoy the rest of the show, man, and I'll holler at y'all later.
Yeah, catch
Take
you
care,
later,
brother.
brother.
Adios,
All right,
man.
man.
Take care, brother. Love you, man.
Love you too, man. Yeah.
Peace.
And be sure to subscribe to 24/7 Fusion Media.
Yes.
He does great live streams with the Primetime Kings, and he also does great videos talking about what we're talking about, pop culture.
Nice.
He knows his stuff.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Cowboy Bebop Netflix is some wacky stuff. Jet and John Cho or Spike, it's okay. And it's like, all right, this seems to be all right. You're watching some scene. Then Faye Valentine comes into the picture and she just starts cursing. Fuck this, fuck. And
That's not her.
it's not her character. And she comes in at a different time. She's not even at the casino. It's not the fact that they change her outfit, whatever. It's just that her character is wrong. And then the show just starts falling apart. In the beginning, it's okay. And the man who plays Jet seems good, and John Cho, he's like 50, 51. They should have gotten someone who's at least in their 20s, because Spike at this point is supposed to be in his 20s, his mid 20s. And this show just became a mess. Now, one of my friends, she will always tell me that it's the hardcore anime fans' fault, and I'm like, it's Netflix's fault. It's the people who worked on the show. It's excuse me. It's a mess. And watch an episode, 2 episodes, half an episode. It's, to me, this is a show that's a mess, just like Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, Velma. You can Hawkeye. I just don't. Moon Knight. Even watching all of Moon Knight, that first season, it's a mess. It gets too goofy. It goes in the wrong direction. And this show is the same way. And if you watch any episode of it, 1 or 2, it's a mess. So I understand why he feels that way.
Well, in some ways, she's not wrong. The reason why it failed, it was because the anime fans. Why? They didn't put up with it. They didn't watch it. They didn't go out there and sing its praises.
But see, she loved that show, Baron. She thought that was a great show, and she was very disappointed that it got canceled.
Well, I think overall, I think it comes down to the fact that you have the fans in name only. In other words, if it's Star Trek, no matter what, it's going to be good. We have to support it. despite how bad it is, or Star Wars. And this is the case. You have those fans out there that, we can't let this fail because, this is, about us.
Right.
But if it's not giving you what it was, then why support it?
She's not. People like that, they're not fans of the anime. They're fans of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Did she watch the anime? Did
she has not yet. I don't know if she ever has.
She's never will because why like something that's actually good? She sees this thing coming out of Netflix that she's never saw before, and she has no reference. So this thing is going to be. Well,
I'll have to ask her.
Not even good.
Next time I talk to her if she actually watched the anime. I hope so.
Well,
because her boyfriend likes the anime a lot, and he liked this show too. And I'm like, I mean, look, you guys can like whatever you want. I'm not going to tell you you're a horrible person or something because you like this, but you have to also understand why these shows get canceled.
Now, did he like it because he liked the show, or because she told him he had to?
No, I don't think so. He just liked the show. They both liked the show.
See, I'm not a big anime fan, but I watched the anime cartoon, and
so awesome.
It was in comparison, it's night and day. And why would I love something, the first thing that came out, and then have to settle for this generic piece of crap?
Right.
And still call it good. No, there's no comparison here. Right. I'm not that surface level of a connoisseur, I guess, of media. So, and then that's, if they want to be that way, that's fine. They'll like whatever is put in front of their face, and not complain or compare or critique. It's just, hey, we got something. That's great.
Well,
but it's hot garbage. Why would you like it?
I got into a big argument with her about She-Hulk. And
the hell you say?
Yeah, I know, right? And look, it's fine if people want to like these shows. I'm not, once again, I don't hate them. I just can't enjoy it.
For your taste, you can't enjoy it. You want something that's more compelling, more interesting.
Yes, absolutely.
More accurate.
Yeah.
Yes.
You wanted to be what
if say something from our child, let's say, we're gonna finally get a live adaptation of Voltron. Well, when I look at Voltron, I look at that where we need to, I would like it to be closer to the 80s show. Mm-hmm. That's what I would like. And if they do that with a live action, which they can, because I saw what they've done with stuff like Silent Hill. The first Silent Hill movie was really good. Yep. Oh, it's Gap After Dark.
Welcome, Gap.
Hey, Gap, how you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
It's the same thing with stuff like Stargate. Like when I watched the original series, what was that? 90s, early 2000s? I can't remember. Somewhere around there.
97.
97. Okay. Yeah. I found it weird, interesting, different. It didn't grab me like it has other people, but that's fine. I don't think it's bad entertainment. I remember some of the episodes I watched got pretty weird.
Look at Cash Money kissing up to Gap.
No,
Mummy comes in, he starts kissing up to him. I tell you,
he said he didn't like it. Boot him from the show.
Yeah, really.
Okay, that's no problem. Yeah, more than happy to.
Oh my gosh, no. But I just. But you would agree with that, right, Gap? Like some of the episodes get a little bit.
Well, I would say until they. The first season was good, just like the first season of Star Trek Next Generation. Once they got out of that one off a week and started exploring the lore of Egyptians and all of that stuff and the Egyptian gods, once they had multiple storylines going on mythology and expanding the characters, then it really took off. And in my mind, it reached a pinnacle in season 7. and season 8 was good, but then when they they brought in Ben Browder and Claudia Black from Farscape, for me, I couldn't get Farscape out of my head, and at first I was like, I do not like them, I do not like them, I do not like them, and this King Arthur stuff. But for me, it ended in season 8 because that's when Richard Dean Anderson stopped doing it. And but I did continue to support it, and then we had the benefit of the overlay of Sci-Fi Fridays, which I don't know why somebody doesn't do Sci-Fi Fridays, but when they had SG-1, Atlantis, and Battlestar Galactica on Friday night, hell yeah, we were rocking.
Well, back in the days when you had Farscape, what's the other one? Farscape.
Lex.
Thank you.
Now, hey, wait a minute. Now, Lex, Cash, have you seen that?
I've never watched that. No.
Okay, give it a few shots, and then you tell me what series is weird.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well,
especially the movie in the first season. Don't have to worry
look
about
at what's happened also with Doctor Who. Doctor Who gets pretty weird. It's like some of those guys were on something when they were on those episodes.
Well, I mean, the original series got weird now and then too, but I mean,
it did. But they have some weird stuff, and that's okay. Like I want them to just be weird, but the fact that Doctor Who decided, hey, let's have some kind of political agenda, it's like, oh boy, no. This is not what the fans are going to want. This is why a lot of the hardcore fans are going to abandon this show, and I don't know if they'll ever come back.
What do you mean going to? They have. That's why Doctor Who's had such horrible ratings.
I know.
Yes, even with David Tennant.
Yeah. Yep. And it deserves to have those ratings. I feel that way. But yeah, with something like Cowboy Bebop, even if they ever did like a live action version of Trigun, I think they did a Japanese one, if I remember. But if they were going to do an American one, you've got to follow what he is. Like, he's a horn dog. Vash is a horn dog. And he likes women. He's goofy, and he's this, and he's but the thing is, like, Meryl, she gets mad. She hits him a few times. She gets upset. But these are like important to the character. So if you're going to do an adaptation of it, you've got to do it right. And I think for stuff like Stargate and other stuff, if the fan projects are turning out well, like I've seen fan projects of even somebody who did of Dragon Ball. I know Dragon Ball is obviously still popular because it's going in a direction that a lot of the fans like. But if you're going to do a live action version of, well, they did of Dragon Ball, we won't talk about that. But
too late.
Yeah, it's too goofy. They've got to learn from what they did with the first Mortal Kombat. While there was some goofiness to it, it still felt like the game.
Okay,
and,
but
yeah,
I got to interrupt you.
Okay.
You said, what did you just say? They should, or they?
No. I said if they're going to do an adaptation, they need.
Well, first of all, okay, that's where I was going to interrupt you. They need to know where they're going.
Exactly.
And they need to want to go there. I don't think they give a flying bebop where they're going, with stuff, because unfortunately, the agenda is still stuck in the machine for a few more years, and I'm not sure if they're ever going to find a balance. And so I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, dude, take a bunch of characters. Like, if you're like, oh, I want my characters to all be lesbians, okay, that's great, but that can't be the most important thing. They have to have backstories. They have to be interesting. They have to care about characters. This is what all 5 of us have seen in other shows. Why was stuff like 60s Batman fun and interesting? Because of the characters, a lot of the development. And so if we can get back to more of that, we get more stuff like not Captain Carter, Agent Carter, right, or Agent Shields, and we get something more like a Coulson. That What's up? No.
Oh, I'm in pain. Did you say Captain Carter?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
That's unfortunately a thing now. Unfortunately, they couldn't just leave her Agent Carter. They had to because of a what if. Yeah, I don't like it. It's silly.
I come on here and you hurt me, Cash.
I know.
Yeah. He does try it.
Just so you know, there's going to be a Tomb Raider series starring Haley Atwell as Lara Croft. So
wait a minute, back up. What?
Yeah.
Yes, Haley Atwell is going to star as Lara Croft.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Oh, he sounds excited.
Yes, you know, I come on here for some fun, and y'all are just really.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Cash did it. Cash is the one that's the ruiner of all fun.
I didn't do anything, but it's just like
like
the same thing as the Halo series. Like you just don't. Even though that Halo series is not connected to the games, you do not show Master Chief without his helmet. That's just disrespectful. That's just what. Just show it off screen. Don't show it. It's the same with the bad guy from Inspector Gadget. Don't show him. What the hell?
Well, the same thing with Judge Dredd. Don't show his face.
Right. Oh, you guys are still hurting me. Oh my,
I know.
Oh my gosh! If you start talking about Velma, just kidding.
Then there's Velma. Jinkies.
I wasn't gonna bring Velma.
All right,
up.
that's all.
I don't want to.
I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, it's.
But you know,
they got to go in a better direction, man. And they can make these adaptations work if they care more.
No, they don't.
But they don't. I know.
Gifts and butts for candies and nuts.
They just don't. My latest Hollywood Spies on my show coming back is not gonna be. I ain't gonna be happy. You know. I mean, Lord, they're probably gonna put a rainbow flag around the gate before you can dial it. I don't know. I mean, it's just like.
I think we broke Gav.
He's broke.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cash.
Thanks a lot, Cash. You know what, Cash? For breaking Gap, you know what?
It'll be the.
He's back. We're okay.
The event horizon's going to be rainbow colored.
You still broke him, Cash. So
you're gone.
Yes, I mean, I still down the dumps. You guys bring me back up because they're gonna bring it back, but it's Amazon. Need I say more? They internally they don't care. They don't care. They do not care. If you cannot, I even tried to pitch something, and it's like, okay, yeah, thanks. And what I was saying is, you need to involve the original people somehow.
Yes.
And you
get
could,
their
you
input somehow, and bring out these fans who are doing these fan projects. That would be a really good step. Hear so much about your product, and they want to do it. Hire some of them.
Stargate has still been trending since 2017, and lately it's been trending every other day on Twitter. So they're kind of just like, yeah, okay, we got some fleas biting at us, but we're still gonna do what we want to do. And I told you guys before, I got in trouble with the fandom because the gate isn't gonna spin probably for another 2 years. Because right now it looks like, there's 17 seasons that somebody is watching to create their own series Bible, which they already have a series Bible for all 3 of them. But they decided they want to get their own perspective, which right there tells you it's not going to be the same. And you can never strike lightning in a bottle twice. I don't know why. No matter what you do in the world, but let's say Hollywood, you cannot create that magic twice. It's very, very, very rare. And, it was already 20. Actually, it was 75% diverse back in the 90s, 2000s anyway. So I don't see how they're going to change it, but they don't want to do that. And, you know, Amazon has the cash to be able to do what they still want to do. And I want to throw this out there. You know, I wish some network or some studio, you know, if you're gonna want to divide people or whatever, then why don't you go back to what was done about 15, 20 years ago? There was shows for all kinds of everybody, except for maybe.
We lost him again.
Oh no,
I didn't break him, Mike, so don't be blaming me, Jack.
Yeah,
I don't blame you anyway.
Okay, yeah, I don't
I'll
know why
always blame you, Cash.
my screen keeps on shutting off. I'm on my phone, but I'll keep my finger on the phone.
Oh yeah, that's what does it if you're on the phone. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've had that
but
problem.
It's because I'm going through the link through Twitter instead of putting it on a browser. But you know, if you want to divide and conquer, then why don't you cater to everybody and have shows for everyone? You know, all types of races and, you know, demographics or whatever. And then, you know, you're not going to shut up everybody because nobody's ever going to be pleased. But, you know, I've been watching a lot of stuff from the past, and I've seen quite a bit of diversity, you know, except for maybe the LD or whatever, you know, except for the Framebos. But, you know, it still boils down to they don't want to do it. They think they know better. They've got people who could give a flying rat's butt about the source material or anything else. You know, I'm not interested in what I still haven't watched The Last of Us. I know I've had some family stuff going on, but I'm gonna watch it. But there's nothing that I actively seek out that I'm looking forward to watch, or, you know, for something just to escape from and get my mind off of things for a while. I don't think I'm going to see that anytime soon. They just want to keep on doing what they're doing. And, you know, this year I think is going to be horrible for movies and television because of maybe one major thing. There's too much stuff out there. And I'm usually late to the party anyway. And I've just heard of all these other shows like For All Mankind. That's, you know, already probably over and done with, but I just now discovered it, you know. you know what I mean? But it's just they're never going to do anything like that, and I think they're still going to continue to attack the fans, and, you know,
yes,
keep putting people in their separate camps. I mean, that's just, you know, unfortunately the way it is, and they know we all don't have enough money to go and make our own stuff. And even if one of us got in, they would probably somehow browbeat us into submission of what was going on in the writer's room, or you know.
I was going to say it. How do we know that even if one of us got in, that we wouldn't be corrupted by the Hollywood system?
Yes, that's good. Well, that's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Corruption. You're not. To imply corruption would be to coerce or you know,
Hollywood
give some sort
doesn't
of benefit. Well, I mean, give some sort of benefit for coming over to their side. If somebody like one of us went in and got a job in the writer's room, we wouldn't be corrupted. We'd just be shut down. We would be, you know, marginalized, and our voice would be unheard. And that's just the way that would be. I mean, and you'd be silenced also because you don't want to lose your job. Now, I wouldn't say that's corruption, but it's just you're a tiny fish in a big freaking pond of a cesspool.
Well, the big thing is what we're talking about here. We are seeing a response with crowdfunding. And yeah, it doesn't necessarily get the big money, but Megan shows that you don't need to have a huge budget to do a movie that's successful.
True.
And this might be one of the ways that we get, quote unquote, get back to do things. If we support, someone comes out there and say, we have this idea for a movie, but we need to be crowdfunded. I mean, all Tom Baker needed to do back in the 1970s was make a mention that they're going to do a Doctor Who motion picture, which became this, was Scratch Man, which became a book. The movie never came to fruition. They had money pouring in like you can't believe in 1970s England to try to fund this movie. And we have seen some crowdfunded stuff out there in the form of motion pictures. It's now, are we going to be serious about this? And as I stated, it's out of YouTube. It's going to be out of this that we get our next generation of entertainers, next generation of filmmakers. But we have to be serious about it, and of course, they have to be serious about it as well. So
that's where we need our parallel economies. That's where we need a parallel movie studio or banks that will fund us and loans and conservative or liberal, or not liberal, but libertarian producers who who will fund this sort of thing. Crowdfunding is great, but that'll only get you so far. The masses don't know about some of these things or ain't got the money to, only a little bit of money. They don't get as much money as they need. It's going to take a lot of different areas to come together.
Blair Witch. We need another Blair Witch. We need more Blair Witches.
Hollywood's full of Blair Witches.
Yeah.
Well, I know that. Can I have a cup of water, Anamas?
Yeah, sure.
Well, one of the big things too is you gotta get by that stupid corrupted union that they have. Everything's so freaking unionized that if you're not part of the union, you can't do something. Well, what does that do with competition? Is that in and by itself a monopoly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Therefore, it needs to be crushed.
Yes, I have a friend. She does composite lighting in Vancouver, right? Mm-hmm. She knows, she's young. She knows she can't open her freaking mouth about nothing. And some of the inappropriate talking and all of this stuff, she just has to open her mouth and let it come right down her throat and process it and just shut up. And, she's like, oh my God, maybe I picked the wrong career, but it's still going to be that way. And, I just don't know what it's going to take. We've had a few anomalies the past few years, Top Gun and Spider-Man end of last year. And now this Us show, I get TV Guide and, streaming magazines, and I see all that stuff, and I don't really see out of maybe 100 stuff that they list, I see maybe 3 things that I think are not going to make me, want to take Pepto-Bismol, I mean, so I just don't know what it's going to take. And, somehow they gotta, the sheep are still funding them enough to keep them going, So, do you take the sheep to slaughter or do you try to convert them, which sometimes you can't do either one of those.
Well, that's another thing too is how many of these numbers are believable that we're getting. We saw the corruption where basically it was Chinese money going in to help fund these studios when they're saying they have these blockbusters, but you have empty theaters in major metropolitan areas. They walk in and
that's true.
And, they're not getting that money no more because China's in bad shape. They were also getting government money, from us, our government, until that dried up. So they don't get that money anymore. When you start seeing the actual ratings and such, like we said earlier, Doctor Who is just absolutely trounced upon now in ratings. It's the worst ever that they had. Even some of the direst times of the original series. Star Trek Discovery and all the other ones aren't doing that well. It's not getting what Paramount Plus wants. They can say what they need. They can cook books, and Lord knows they know how to cook books.
Well, they are getting what they need, don't you think?
Well,
they're getting their agenda out there. But
if no one watches, they're not getting an agenda out. It defeats the purpose. Well, you can go out there and beat the drum, but if no one's listening to you or they plug their ears, it's not doing anything for it. If they want to have their agenda, they need to have the viewership, and they're not getting the viewership, so it defeats the purpose all across the board.
But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, that's where the money talks. If people are coming to you in one fashion or another, you're getting the money to be able to churn this stuff out, and you're getting the people to listen to your message. And they're not. So they're failing.
Well, yeah, in our eyes, and but maybe not in their eyes. And the worst part of all of this is once they make those productions, you cannot take them back. They will forever be floating around. 30 years from now, somebody, like Phil, will probably still have a copy of Velma. Somebody.
Well, yeah.
There's people repeat the shower scene over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. I had somebody give me access to their thing so I could watch Velma. And my mom walked in on that scene and she was like, "What kind of effing GD effing SISH are you watching?"
Yeah. Well, the thing is how many things have been in the past that may have been on VHS, but they've never come over to DVD?
No, but they're still out there.
They're out there, but they're not thought highly of, and that's the important thing about it. You're always going to have a fringe element of anything, no matter what. There's going to be people out there that sit back and think that and Pink Flamingos, them eating dog shit, is the greatest thing in film history. But it's and you're going to have that group that's going to follow along, go how great that is. You're right. You're never going to get rid of that. You're never going to get rid of the bad stuff. There's horrible stuff that we had back in the 70s, with horrible stuff we had in the 60s. It's still floating out there, but it doesn't have a big grasp. And they're trying to do it with our modern major filmmakers. And what's happening? Well, it's getting the same response as those things, a very small niche. And it's like, well, start learning your lesson. But they're too dumb to figure that out, or they're more important, they have too much hubris. They want validation. Yeah. They're getting the validation for the wrong people. It's like Lucas when he's going out there and when he's doing the prequel trilogy, instead of getting honest opinions, he had too many yes men running their noses up his ass.
Yeah, I agree with that. But now you got politics tied in together with it.
Well, as much as people want to sit back and say, politics has always been in Hollywood. It always has been. Look at anything Norman Lear made. Norman Lear is extremely left-wing. But look at all the shows he went out there, how popular all those shows are. Even in the 60s, you had politics involved, whether it's some way or fashion that they disguise it. The Twilight Zone and Outer Limits, there's politics involved in it, but it was also social politics. You even had it going into the 50s and obviously in the 40s because you had all the war bond stuff. And we got to get behind behind the Allies versus all these Axis powers. There's never been a time within any form of any media, whether it's books, scrolls, plays, that hasn't had politics somehow involved in it. But the big thing is there was more of an honest accounting of it. If people weren't truly watching it or going to the plays, they suffered.
There you go. You just said it. an honest account. That's what's
Correct.
different. That's what's different.
Mm-hmm. And there is an honest accounting out there. They have their eyes, they have their eyes closed, their fingers in their ears, and they're going la 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 la. All is good. They're the ones playing the violins as the Titanic is going down. And that's why I'm saying within the next 4 years or so, 4.5 years, things are going to dramatically change because they can't keep going the way they're going.
Well, I think this year in movies and television is going to put another nail in the coffin because I don't think there's one movie that I would want to go pluck out $20 for and $100 billion for popcorn. You know
what? Cocaine Bear doesn't interest you?
Well,
I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, I'm going.
I want to see Cocaine Bear, but I don't know if I want to go to the theaters because last time I went to the theater was before the Colorado shootings, and after that I have not ever gone back. And prior to that, I always every Star Trek movie I went to the theater, some kids were they were talking and yakking and ruined my movie going experience, and people yakking and crap. So I haven't gone to it. The last time I went to the theater was J.J. Abrams' 2009 Star Trek. That was the last time.
Well, that stopped me going to the theaters. So I mean,
you got to stop going on like opening night or the opening week. Actually, wait a whole week and then go like on a matinee where there's like 4 people there.
Matinees are great, cheaper.
That's true, but it's hard for me to sit in a movie theater for more than 30 minutes. If the film was 30 minutes, I might be able to if they had a bed in the theater up on the balcony for me, where I could watch I would be all right.
Don't you have any recliners in yours now?
Yeah. Well, I'm not that far out in the boonies, we do have running water.
You're making it sound it.
Yeah.
You got the windmill out there that generate powers, and if you don't get any wind, you're not watching the Cara Burnett show.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I do use antenna and stream. I do have an antenna so I can watch Comet TV.
Mm-hmm.
But
do you know that there's an app for it?
Yeah, I got the app for that. And and Pluto. So I do a combo of both. Heroes and Icons is not anywhere where I can watch it on the internet, and that's where they have every Sunday. They have 2 Batman from Batman 60s show. Then they have Wonder Woman. Then they have the Adventures of Superman, and then on Saturday they have Tales from the Dark Side and Friday the 13th, the series, and Star Trek every night.
I don't mean to interrupt, but we got some breaking news.
Okay, what's up?
Who's coming in?
Annie Wershing passes away. 24, and The Last of Us actress was 45.
Holy cow!
Wow.
She was. Wow.
What did she die of?
The fact of unknown origin.
Hollywood is once again in mourning as Annie Wershing has passed away. Best known for her television roles such as Renee Walker in 24 and voicing and providing motion capture for Tess in The Last of Us video game, Wershing was only 45. Her death comes after a lengthy battle with cancer, which she was diagnosed with in 2020 and continued to work. Most recently, she played the Borg Queen in Star Trek Picard. Wershing's husband, Stephen Full, who is also an actor, issued a statement confirming his wife's death. And it goes on to say there is a cavernous hole in the soul of this family today, but she left us the tools to fill it. She found wonder in the simplest moment. She didn't require music to dance. She taught us not to wait for adventure to find you. Go find it. It's everywhere, and find it we shall, said Full. As I drove our boys, the true loves of her life, down to the winding driveway and street she would yell by until we were out of earshot. And it goes on to say, and into the world. I can still hear it rain. Bye, my buddy. Love you, little family. So.
Dang.
So she was the Borg Queen in Picard?
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm gonna look it up real quick. I think she was also on an episode of Voyager at one time, but I'm gonna look it up on IMDb just to verify.
Speaking of Picard, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I lost my train. Go ahead.
Isn't it a sad thing? I'm sorry for, cancer sucks. F in the chats for cancer, but we got poor people watching. So, but the first thing, whenever somebody dies, celebrity dies, athlete dies, the first thing now you pops in your head: were they jabbed? That's the first thing that hits my brain now, and I hate that. I freaking hate it. It should not be a thing. And I'm cancer blows, and that's like the gigantic epidemic, freaking. And sorry for their family, kids. Nobody, cancer shouldn't be a thing, and that's a whole other subject that we probably should be far less thing nowadays than what it actually is, and I think over greed and whatnot. But that's a different subject, different stream to talk about. But
yeah,
we got she was in first season episode of Enterprise.
Ah, okay.
And some of our other acting credits are Birds of Prey, Frasier, Angel, Bruce Almighty, Charmed, Out of Practice, Killer Instinct. Some of her more recent ones.
Was she the captain of the second sister ship to the Enterprise?
No, that wasn't the first season.
No, she looked like her.
Some of her most recent roles, of course, were The Rookie, Star Trek Picard, Bosch, Runaways, Anthem, Timeless, Doubt.
So. Timeless, yes. That is an excellent show, and they did that show wrong. I remember her now. Yeah, Timeless was good. It's even though it only has 2 seasons, but they did find, they ran it, canceled it, ran it halfway, canceled it, brought it back, canceled it, did a wrap-up movie. But it's a really good show.
Oh, there's a movie. I watched the show. I didn't know there was a movie.
Yeah, there's a final. It's called The Final Timeless, The Final something, and it's almost 2 hours to wrap up everything from the first 2 seasons. And of course, they sold it separately so they could charge $25-$30 for it.
Of course.
Of course, that's what they do.
But I got it used in like new condition for $77.99. Suckers.
There you go.
But that was a good show. But yeah, just to touch on your thing real quick, Animos. Yeah, greed. That's all I'm going to say, because a lot of things should be fixed. But greed.
By now, yes.
Yes, I agree. And that includes anything, including phones and all kinds of stuff. All of us know they're most likely way ahead of where they're selling us tech or whatever. Or, then they got that GPT chat that is really freaking super smart. So much so that Amazon is telling their employees to get the hell off of it and stop entering their procedure stuff in there, because the GPT chat is so smart, and they're ignoring that scientists opened up a temporary wormhole. So that's greed hampering the technology. And of course, just like, I only can speak to myself, but I think that my doctors are just keeping me going instead of really trying to help me because of greed. It's to the point where he said, well, all I can do, it's like a puzzle gap, but we try to put it together, but all you really can do with this type of insurance is just kind of attend to the symptoms. And I'm like, yeah, okay, if I was super rich, you would fix me. Okay, I got you. But anyway, sorry.
No, you need to vent. I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah, because it's just like, it's just like this past week has been really rough, but it's just like, no, don't do that test on my mom, because you did it yesterday. And I made him take the charges off. I said, you don't know me, but I can talk, and I've got a big loud mouth. I said, I will make sure everyone knows. So take it off and don't do it. You did it yesterday. Why do you have to keep on doing it? And you're just making her comfortable. You're not really doing stuff, so we're still trying to figure out what's going on. And that's all because of, they just treat symptoms. And just like Hollywood, they just do enough to get by so they can ram their agenda down the throat. They don't give people what they want to feed people's minds or feed the creative people. When's the last time you watched a TV show or movie and it just made your mind just go off and learn new things and get excited, and you're in this new world that they created in a movie and you want to know more? When's the last time
I can't say anything recently.
Well, the animated show that we saw, what was that called?
Arcane?
Arcane. I mean, wow.
I heard that was really good.
It was. I mean, if there's something, come away with just, like I had the winds taken on my sail, because it was just all across the board. It was like, wow. Arcane. There we go. That's the one thing I can say. But I mean, that's just it. There's not much we can say, is there?
No, unfortunately. Nope. No. I mean, the reason why I went into, broadcasting and writing, and, I ended up at a record company and, all kinds of things before I got out of that crazy world, was because of a television show. I was interested in, who did this camera angle, the Chiron, the all kinds of stuff that's related to broadcasting and putting together a TV show. And then I was like, oh, I really get into these characters and stuff, that I collected all their stuff. And I just could not wait for the next episode. And, I haven't felt that stuff, in a very long time. I can't think of anything recently that I'm just really gung-ho on.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, everything is yawn-inducing for the most part.
Really, it is.
It's I can't either. I can't think of one good thing that was like that would be super excited if they announced they're doing Stargate series tomorrow. I would be like, eh.
Yeah, me too. That's why I got in trouble, because they have already shut out the original peeps, and I told my little Hollywood spy, I'm like, you need to tell him when he sits in that meeting and they're deciding the top 10 things that they're going to work on, in the next 2 or 3 years. You need, you keep on saying you don't want bad press and you don't want that, but you keep on trying to burn both ends of the candle, but you're burning the agenda-driven side more, and it gets to the middle, and the other side flames out, and then you're stuck with all that crap in the middle. You know, so, but I was like, don't listen to me at all. You know, don't listen to the original people, and I don't want to hear it, because if they go the route of the Expanse style, which they tried to do in Stargate Universe, they tried to go so gritty on it. Even I was like, hold on a second. And then even they, when I talked to them behind the scenes, I was like, why in the hell didn't you guys do like you did passing the baton between SG-1 and Atlantis? You know, you should have waited before you jumped in to Universe, and you should have had 6.
Oh, did we lose him again?
He didn't touch the screen.
You touch your screen, man. Touch your screen.
Okay. Come in, Gap. Do you read us, Gap?
Yes, come in. Yes, Colonel.
Ground control to Major Gap.
The the ZPM went out.
Oh, no.
We lost power. It's depleted. We lost power, and the Wraiths were coming. But, you know, they didn't do the pass off of the baton, you know, because that was one of my criticisms. And then my other criticism was, and, you know, they took it, but I was just like, yo, why were you trying to be Battlestar Galactica?
Right.
You know, wait a minute. You know, I can see going gritty, but you didn't pass off the baton. You didn't set it up in enough time. You just they just zapped Atlantis and cut it off. And then you jumped into this one. No overlap. Not enough characters overlapped from the previous one. No missions, you know, and you know, you could have found another planet to blow up to start to dial the 9th chevron to get back on the ship. You could, you know, come on. And even I didn't like it, but then years later I watched it again, and I'm like, okay, now I see where you're going, but I still wish you had, you know, now Universe is one of my favorite ones, especially the second season, because I was like, when you watch this, you got to put all that crap that you didn't like about it out of your freaking mind and just concentrate on the atmosphere, the music, the directing, the script, the actors and actresses. And I did. And I was like, you know, I really like this. You know, yeah, season 1 had its issues, but, you know, if they go that Expanse route, you know, with the cussing and all of that, they never cussed or did anything, or even the one sex scene I think that they ever had, which was in Stargate Universe. And you didn't really see anything, but you got the idea.
Well, the only thing they had was when SG-1 first aired, because it was on the Showtime network. They did have nudity in that first pilot movie they had for.
Well, yeah,
SG-1 was rated R because of it, because it was full frontal.
Well, you know what they're doing now on Comet? Some of the episodes say this does not represent this network, or agree with the, and you know, so it's like, okay, you people can trash me, fandom, you can trash me all you want, but I damn well told you so. I told you, and it's gonna be like, holy crap. And then the the lady I knew that ran the Stargate Command at MGM, we're still friends. I was like, you know, I rounded up all these people, and I was like, you need merchandise. Well, they put out merchandise, and it was like, what? And then finally they did 3 Stargate ships, but then the company went bankrupt. But I'm like, you people are missing.
Lost Gap again. Gap, come in, Gap. Do you read us, Gap?
Yeah.
Sorry. Asteroid, you know, I was behind a Hollywood asteroid, was trying to shoot laser beams at me. But you know, I was talking
I was just gonna say one beep for yes, 2 beeps for no.
Beep beep. But you know, merchandising keeps the franchise alive.
Yeah.
So wow, you come out with a shirt that says Jack, Sam, and Teal'c, or Daniel. whoopee damn deal. What about the ships? What about I kept on trying and trying. I'm like, how about a 25th anniversary gold edition? And you've got the original creator and the and one of the writers and producers for 14 years who has tapes behind the scenes stuff. You guys could add that to the DVD set and have a 25th anniversary thing and make some bank. It's still one of the best selling shows out there for them. And then I'm like, how about a 25th anniversary figures, just a limited run of maybe, 10,000 or something, just to keep the fandom going. I mean, I think the fandom would be happy right now if there was lots of merchandise, and that applies to any good IP,
Let me ask you this, Gap. Do you think they would ever upscale the series to high definition or Blu-ray sales?
They did.
It's already Blu-ray.
However, it is not a true representation. And the company that did it, I don't know who was smoking, some Pootie Tang crack or whatever they were doing. They even put the wrong people on the Stargate SG-1 Blu-ray box. I mean, come on.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I gotta look at that. Yeah, the 5.1 surround is garbage. You have to listen to it in stereo.
Yes, it's like you took an 8-track tape, a cassette tape, and the old Dolby sound and try to mix it together. Oh yeah, here you go. Here's your 5.1. Yeah.
5.1 equals all the audio is in every speaker.
Mm-hmm.
It makes it sound like it's in a barrel.
And I couldn't tell the difference between the regular DVDs and the Blu-rays too much. It was from a company. I don't like you if you ever stumble upon this decades from now. VEI Entertainment in Canada, but they're a, it's like Mill Creek Entertainment. They just take shows and they just throw them on there with cheap packaging, where the DVDs fall out and get broken, or it's a cheap company. And that's all they did was a cheap upscale for a money grab. Even though Gate World liked it, I think David liked it because it was something, new artwork. If you look on the box set for Stargate SG-1, they put Corin Nemec on the front cover. He was only there for one season. You left out one of the most popular characters with females, which was Dr. Jackson. You left him off, and he was, the main one of the team, and you left him off the box, and then you have this cheap packaging inside, and you got a riser because you didn't have a cohesive packaging thing where they all stood up by their safes, so you had to put a riser inside the package so they'd all line up nice. That's cheap. It's cheap.
Did you get the 3 series collection, special edition collection?
No, I refused to cough up $188 for that.
Oh, I did. I coughed it up. I coughed it up pretty hard, but I got it.
Good job.
You might have to get some of that expensive water because you've been coughing a lot lately, but
sucker.
Dude,
I cannot believe. I'm sorry to cite. I know. I'm sorry.
Can I sell my Blu-ray collection to pay for it?
I know exactly. But yeah, and that's just with like any IP. And then, have y'all noticed, or if any of y'all collect figures or anything, that Hasbro and McFarlane are using like, cheap ass plastic.
I used to collect Transformers figures.
Oh my gosh.
Especially the ones based off the G1 characters. And I stopped collecting them because they were cheap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I just got the new, the Superman animated one. And I got one for $7.99. And I don't care if it was $7.99. It was, they were trying to get rid of them. And I didn't know why. I opened the package. I took him out. His legs broke off. And then I was like, okay, let me try to put his legs back on. And then when I pressed on his chest, it caved in.
Wow.
And I'm like, excuse, and I took pictures and I put it on Amazon, and I finally got with maybe you know who this is. Probably know who this is, Mike. Vinny Tartamella. He used to work. Yeah, he used to work for Mark Froehling. And when I told him that behind the scenes, he's like, he got on his stream and he's like, y'all stay away from that company. A, they're woke. B, their products suck like crap and they'll disintegrate. You wait, 10 or 15 years now, if you don't take them out of the package, you're going to be able to smoke some plastic, I mean, I was like, geez.
I mean, I've even heard about the NECA figures. You try to take them out of their plastic casing and they break on you.
Yes, that too.
My kid just bought, for Christmas, he bought a One Piece character. I can't remember what company it was from. He bought it off Amazon, but when he was trying to put his arm together, like there's a clear plastic piece that connects up the top of the arm, and then the bottom of the arm connects to the other end of so it's like a little shim that goes in between them. As soon as he tried to put the bottom one on, it just broke in half.
I hope you sent it back for another one or a refund.
Yeah, it was it wasn't that long after he bought it, so yeah, we sent it back, got a refund.
And Hasbro, my godmother sent me the Darth Vader concept figure. I'm not even taking that one. It's 12 inches. It looks like the small, it's from Ralph McQuarrie's concept art, but I don't dare take it out of the pack. It comes with the clamshell packaging, and it's probably like 20 inches by 25 inches. You can hang it on your wall. It's that big. And the card is that big. But I'm afraid to take it out of the package because I'm afraid, even though it's got a lot of plastic in it, something's going to happen to it. And then Hasbro, they're painting figures like they went through a little bit of fire before they came out, so their face is melting or something,
Yeah.
And that's people's hard-earned money,
Well, the Transformers community, a lot of the complaints have been where you look at the Japanese release of the same figure and they have all these paint apps, and then the American release, there's hardly any paint apps for the figure. It's like, come on, give this figure some life.
Yeah, I mean, even the little I bought at the Dollar Tree, $1.25 tree, I found all 5 of the Transformer mini figures, and I'm not going to take them out because I'm afraid they're going to break. And then I found, is there a Transformer that can transform from a gun into a figure? Because I found one at the thrift store, and it looked like a gun, and I brought it home and I started, shooting it, and then all of a sudden this couple of things popped out, and I was like, that looks like legs. So I kept on playing around with it, and it transformed into a transformer, but it looked like a gun first.
That's a GoBot.
Well, I mean,
or Megatron.
Megatron could turn into a gun, a P-38 in the original G1, and also the 84 toy line, and then of course he had Shockwave. He could turn into a gun as well.
It's not a GoBot, Animas. Don't tell me I bought me a GoBot and cry.
I'm going to tell Phil on you.
GoBots rule.
And even though you never saw him transform into a gun in season 3 of Transformers, Galvatron could turn into a gun.
Yeah,
okay, so maybe I'll have to look closer for a stamp on it. And I've been looking at the thrift stores because I found a Bat Cave with everything in it, nothing wrong with it. That's normally $50 to $75, and I got it at the thrift store. I've been looking for older loose figures because I'm one of those ones that don't usually open packages unless I have 2 of them.
That was my main problem when I started collecting, as I would take the figures out of the packaging and display them, and then I got to a point where I would just display the figure inside the packaging.
Yeah, everybody's like, let them breathe, they're suffocating. I'm like, no, they're all right. You're gonna stay. But like tonight, I can't wait for the old Star Trek series. I watched it every night, Sunday through Friday at 7:00. That's, even though I've seen them 100 times, there's nothing else to watch.
Yeah, it's just like this morning I was watching Pluto TV and I was watching their more Star Trek channel and they had DS9 on. It was the episode where Rom helps form a union.
Oh, here I thought was your favorite. I thought it was your favorite. Move along.
No, no. If it was Move Along Home, I would have said fuck this episode.
Anna Marie, 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, that's the singing one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ella Marie, count to 4, Ella Marie, then 3 more. I'll give you 3 more.
You memorized it. You love it. You know you do.
Because as a fan, even the episodes you hate, you have to know something about them.
Plus, it burns into your brain.
Yeah, it does.
Who's watching Picard February 16th?
Not me. I don't have Paramount Plus. I'm not going to pay.
I don't want to buy another streaming service.
No,
I only got one right now, and that's it.
The reason why I ask is there was a discussion, which I want to see what you guys think, the vicious circle of hate watching. What do you think about that? You know, all the people are like, oh, I'm doing this for you so you don't have to suffer through it. But then yet it gives them ratings and it keeps them going. So what do you think about that?
Don't watch.
I think it's overblown. It's overblown. These people who come out and say that, hey, I'm watching it so you don't have to. Those are content creators. They have to watch it, or they're not going to have content to put on YouTube.
Not necessarily. They could be like me. 3 episodes after the 3rd episode, I'm not impressed with the series. I'm not going to continue to watch it.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it depends on how far you want to go. These guys, they make videos about every episode. They're in it for the long. They're getting paid. You know, they're far enough up there. Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they're farther along up the ladder to where they need as much content as they possibly can to make the money they're making. They're used to the money, so they hoard the content. They love the fact that some of these shows suck, or it's a love-hate relationship. Believe me,
they secretly enjoy it. They secretly need their pain.
Yeah, they hate the stuff. They hate the show, and they hate what's being done to it. But they love the fact that they have content to make videos about. I
don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
You're right. It's a stupid phrase. I wish they'd stop saying it. Hate watching. The only reason why I would watch something I hate was so I could talk about it. If I didn't have anybody to talk about this stuff with, I wouldn't watch any of it, and it'd just be a big giant turnoff. But it's all YouTube and Twitter driven. And believe me, a lot of these people who are hate watching this or making videos on it, they're not subscribed to the streaming service that produces those. They're getting it other ways. So
yeah,
they're not funding a lot. We're not funding them.
We're not seeing how it is YouTube. So don't get mad at us.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right.
Right. No. We're just saying it as it is. We're reporting.
People can choose to do what they want, whether they want to spend money, whether they want to sell the high seas. That's up to them.
Yep.
Yeah, but they know they sell the high seas. I saw a report that Netflix knows that millions of people fly the high seas or ride the wave.
Yeah.
And they know it. So, hey, do they add that into the ratings? Is
it wouldn't surprise me if they did. It wouldn't surprise me if they did.
I mean, I'm sure there's something that tags that it was watched, even if it was off the high seas.
Yeah.
So,
let me tell you this. I have my media server, which has all my content from my discs on my computer, and I stream it to my Roku TV in the front room and other various places. But every time I play something on there, Roku comes up a little thing on the bottom. Hey, you can stream this from some other avenue or some other streaming service if you'd like, and push the button for more information. Yeah, they know what I'm watching, and they may log that. Hey, this guy's watching something that's not from a streaming service, and they know exactly what TV show it is.
Yeah, with everything hooked up to the internet now, they know everything we're doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, they very well could be counting my view of this of a TV show. For I mean, my stuff's old. I mean, it's not like I'm watching the newer crap because I'm not. But I'm watching DS9 right now, and I watched Goonies yesterday, and yeah, that popped up on me then.
So you did the anonymous shuffle?
I thought it was a Lord Crit shuffle.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, okay.
Oh man, I was on,
or you slopped. Hey, you guys!
All of it, dude. We was talking about the that guy who bought the house, and they were having a banner war over it because people come visit and take pictures and do the truffle shuffle and stuff. Like, dude, if I lived anywhere near there, I'd be over there taking pictures doing the truffle shuffle, guaranteed.
Yep. That movie's a classic.
Mm-hmm. So even I was there watching through the whole thing and laughing at some of the crappy special effects. When the bats flew out of the cave and like they were just hanging there in front of Martha Plimpton and she was screaming and they were like so fake. And I was like, I love this. I love it. I love every freaking second of it.
You love it because even though it's cheesy, at least they're reacting to something that's right in front of them.
Yeah, true. But it was even for a Spielberg movie, it was early 80s, so you let that stuff fly, but it didn't matter. None of that mattered. I could pick that movie apart like crazy, but it never mattered to me. None of that stuff. So I loved every single second of it.
Well, it's like yesterday with Lord Crit, Baron and I and Phil, we watched Flash.
Oh man, I just watched that the other day too.
Great movie.
Yeah, and as I told Crit, I'd only seen bits and pieces of the movie. I never seen the movie all the way through, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, because he was a loser.
Yeah, loser. No,
loser, real
all that
loser.
stuff. And if today was different than what it is, the Flash movie would be like prime time for a remake. You know what I'm saying? If everything was right in the world and they were still making great movies and had great talent and an unlimited budget or something, who wouldn't want to see an awesome remake of the Flash Gordon?
Well, yeah. I mean, better than the Sci-Fi Channel piece of crap.
Yeah, none of that. I'm talking about a real movie.
Yeah.
Even keeping Queen. I mean, you can't have Flash.
Yeah,
that's so ingrained in it now.
I love how the Sci-Fi Channel did the bait and switch with that when they were doing their little teaser. They had the bump, 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 bump. Everybody knew. Wait, Flash, and it's like, but then they delivered. Oh God,
they delivered crap.
Flush.
I gotta flush every one of us. Drain.
Mike, are you the only one that's keeping Sci-Fi Channel Chucky afloat?
I'm probably one of the very few that are keeping it afloat.
Yeah, I thought so.
I have not watched.
Listen. When it comes to Chucky, it's a show that doesn't take itself seriously, and I know exactly what it is.
You like to play with little dolls.
Remember, Chucky had to adopt a child.
Gap.
He hit the
you're yes, but you know what?
I'm gonna get removed.
Yeah.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever. Oh, that was nice while it lasted.
Yes, it was. You're going to be in timeout, mister.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs.
Nobody comes to PACIFIC414 and insults the host. If they do, it's not glory to you and your house.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Well, What
Glory
about us,
to you and your
Cash?
house.
We always make fun of them.
Well, I can just tell you guys this.
Yeah. True.
Sometimes he just removes us, Baron. You know?
That's true, he does. But
Sometimes I
do have
just
the
remove
power.
you guys because I like removing you. But see, Barrett, you can't remove me.
Yeah,
You know, I'm going to get removed again because if I had Mike's P.O. box or something to send him, I would send him a Chucky Bride doll.
Wow.
Oh, here we go.
That's like sending Lord Crit a big orca pillow.
I read a little bit about Chucky because, like, when you're watching the Sci-Fi Channel, you're watching something during a certain month that I don't feel like mentioning. They were talking about Chucky, and I was like, okay, wait, Chucky has an adopted son? I don't get this.
Yeah, how does the doll give birth, Mike?
No, painfully.
He has to adopt.
It's not. I don't. Why is there an adopted?
You don't take the show seriously. That's what I do when I watch it. I don't take it seriously.
But why does the doll have an adopted son? Why is that a thing?
I don't know. Hopefully, Mike won't take this seriously.
Uh-oh.
And he says I can't remove him from the stream.
You did it. You did it too soon. Because see, you can remove it, but I can bring myself back in anytime.
I bring myself back in too. See.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
Oh, okay. Oh, we're gonna have a clips war. I see. Well,
1, 2.
Slugs. Don't any of you have the guts to play for blood? I'm your huckleberry. That's just my game.
That's just a game. Such a great movie.
I have had enough of you!
Yeah.
Hey.
We know you wanted to.
Well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
It's just like your opinion, man.
Lighten up, Francis.
Oh, Lord, we can't.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Oh my God, we're not going to be able to talk.
No.
We've become a clip episode.
Well, yeah. Well, he declared a clip war. I got to defend myself.
All right, start defending.
From W.
What?
let's.
It stinks.
It stinks.
One shall stand, one shall fall. Why throw away your life so recklessly?
No, Optimus Prime, no.
He comes back. It's all right. It all works out.
And this is what Baron tries to take over Pop Talk.
Coronation, Starscream. This is bad comedy.
Megatron, is that you?
Here's a hint. Will anyone else attempt to fill his shoes?
And in case you know who Cyclone is, it's Anonymous.
What?
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
I see your Schwartz.
You have the ring, and I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. Now let's see how well you handle it.
I handle it very well, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's just
good
great.
to know.
Oh, fellas,
I would love to get another movie like Spaceballs. Unfortunately, it'll probably never, ever, ever happen.
I didn't do that one, especially after that. Especially after that abysmal trailer for History of the World Part 2. Oh God!
Oh, Lord.
It doesn't look funny at all.
No,
it looks like
History of the World Part 2.
Looks like that 90s show.
The first one, some old. Okay. have to look into that.
It's like in Mel Brooks' name only. It's like, shell it for us, Mel Brooks, and Sarah Silverman and all the others are just going to crap all over it.
One thing they still can't touch is Citizen Kane, and I doubt they'll ever touch it because
don't.
You just gave them the idea, Cash. Thanks a lot.
They can't do it though.
Good job.
Can't. No, they can't because of the way the story goes. They can't do it.
Yes,
that's
why
they
can
failed.
Transfer Rosebud into something else.
Yeah. Just imagine Seth Rogen as Citizen Kane himself.
Kevin
Don't worry.
Kevin
Seth
Smith.
Rogen is already going to ruin Turtles. I'm waiting for the oh god, I know.
Kevin
The animation
Smith
is
as
going to
Rosebud.
be cheap, and maybe the Turtles will look like they're on steroids again, just like the Michael Bay films.
I'm glad I grew up when I did back in the 80s with the original Turtles.
Me too. Transformers, Turtles, G.I. Joe, Voltron, Sectors. That was a thing too.
You play with toys, Cash?
I did. Yes, when I was younger. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
I have been collecting these amiibos though, Gab, that are pretty cool. So
yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah, you should check those out, man.
Speaking of collecting, I've been trying to think of a date for the next collector stream.
Yeah.
Because I would love to have folks on the show, of course, but have it on a day where they can, because I know some, they only do streaming during the weekdays. They don't do any streaming on the. So just trying to figure out what day I should have it, because I'd love to have Pops on.
That would be cool. Do you think you could find I found something. If you have the Kraken on, I've got a couple of Easy Bake Oven commercials. I'm not kidding.
I know you're not kidding.
I'm sure we can find some. It's not, but if you really want to trigger Mr. McCracken, Crackaracka, then you should show him that Sailor Moon with all those.
Oh gosh, yeah,
no,
DJ Ronnie G, you remember that Sailor Moon?
No.
From the animated stream that you kept showing over and over again. That was driving Fat Steven crazy.
No.
And then it started driving the rest of us crazy. The more we saw it, and we saw the creepy smiles on those girls.
They were, man. Those smiles were creepy, dude.
Lorena Bobbitt smiles.
They were not good. They were also creepy.
Sailor Moon coming this Halloween.
Here I thought you were going to get suggested we get a GoBot collector or two.
Oh, that would.
Why not? Why not? Why not? I had GoBots as a kid. I got nothing against GoBots.
Yeah, dude, GoBots were cool, man. Hanna-Barbera did that. What? No, yep. They did.
You hear that, Phil? I have nothing against GoBots.
GoBots.
No. Seriously, Phil had to have some minor surgery this morning, so
he was here for a little bit.
Wait a minute. Phil,
I know how you're taking that. I know exactly how you're taking it. I knew no matter how I said it.
Cupcakes.
Look, he was trying to put some GoBots in Easy Bake Oven, and something.
Yeah.
He ended up with blockage.
Go blockage.
The Easy Bake GoBot.
Next, he's going to tell me I'm going to be joining some CCP meeting soon.
He tells you that anyways.
I know.
Well, that minor surgery is now Filipina. We have to.
Filipina. Yes.
Cash, have you slept with Bang? Because that's the way you do CCP.
She did the bang of the. Never mind. I'm not.
Cash
good
Money can
job.
put his change in my piggy bank any day.
I was wondering when that was going to get played.
I was waiting for a clip because my joke bombed.
It's all right.
No, why do that when we can just go
This is
after
how
Cash?
you fuck a stranger in the ass.
Yeah.
You did what to a stranger? What?
Just make sure that when you destroy the car, make sure it's the right car you're supposed to destroy.
This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass. This is what happens when you fuck a stranger in the ass.
Oh my God.
And maybe I should have played this earlier, but anytime a panelist is on the channel, and for those of you in the chat who misbehave,
Respect my authority! Respect my authority!
And being that it sounds like Phil is okay, we have a special message for him.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
Where did you get that at?
oh, I'll show it to you after the stream.
Okay.
I'm good friends with Patrick Stewart.
You should have Patrick Stewart say, "This is what happens when you fuck a stranger."
Oh God!
You get Phil.
But speaking
you hear
of
that, Phil?
after the stream, I think now's a good time to end
Yeah.
this particular edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk.
Also known as Off the Rails.
Anyway.
We still talked about the articles that we wanted to talk about.
I'll be a Huckleberry.
Of course you would be.
I mean, and that's the thing. You can always tell when we're getting to the end of the show. We start getting real loose, real silly, and
stupid.
I have to poop.
That's a personal problem. I can't help you with that.
Mr. President.
Potty break. Everybody back here in 5 minutes.
Baron's got to read his Goodnight Moon book, and then he's got to have his sippy cup. So
yep. You got it. Well, I mean, I got my bottle. I got my beer bottle for the Forbidden Lemonade here. I just have to remember which one is the beer bottle of real beer bottle, and which one's the Forbidden Lemonade.
He's gonna look for his Easy Bake Oven. He's gonna put his Will Wheaton figure in there.
No, that's Phil. That's Phil.
Oh gosh, can I say one last thing before you close?
Oh man,
I've got a generic figure, and I've got a Star Trek figure, and I was gonna name the generic male figure Phil, and I was gonna have him in a romantic interlude with the song from Wham. You know, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well, you could get him an action figure of Waffle House Girl. He really likes her.
The one that had the bionic arm?
Yeah. He keeps going on and on and on and on and on. It's like, okay, Phil, we get it. I've even told him that.
That's probably what put him in the hospital was Waffle House.
Yeah, well, watching that video too many times, if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Is he still obsessed with Waffle House Girl?
You know it. Yeah.
Man. She's a winner. She did block that like Wonder Woman though. It was impressive.
Oh yeah, well you can tell. That's what got Phil's Peter Pan.
Man, I don't care.
Here's Phil watching the Waffle House chick.
Yep.
Oh my God, that sounds real.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Anonymous? What are you really doing?
I don't want to know.
Let me just say my cheek hurt.
Yeah, I did that. I've done that too with making that. It really
Anonymous.
Shut up, kid.
Anonymous.
But I do want to thank 24 for being a guest today. I want to thank Gap for being a guest today. Anonymous, thank you for accepting the invite. And of course, my co-host, Baron Norman Tag and Cash Money.
Yo.
Is there anything you would like to plug?
Well, 5 o'clock Central Standard Time. Now I got it right. Catch us here today at the Primetime Kings at 24/7 Fusion Media's channel. So there you go.
Ooga booga.
Booga booga, you go.
And I also want to thank Captain Phantom Nerd for being here today. Thank you,
Yeah.
Captain. Appreciate it. I also want to thank Old Man for being here.
Yay.
Yay.
DJ Ronnie G.
Yay.
Ronnie G. Stay away from those weird Sailor Moon ads,
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
What's
wow.
the deal?
What's
I want to thank our princess of YouTube, Leia Rose.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I said
Thank
our
you.
princess of YouTube, Leia Rose, not you, Baird.
No, I'm thanking her.
It's all right. He might wanna-
Right.
Somebody get a Princess Leia clip.
I just Well, I'm trying to turn her away from the Phil side.
Half-witted, scruffy-looking nerf herder.
It's all right. I heard Baron likes to wear a tutu. It's fine.
I'm a lesbian stuck in a man's body, okay?
Yeah.
And I also want to say thank you to Kelly Chow, Roll Tide. Let's see. Of course, we had Baron who kicked himself out. He blamed it on his computer earlier, but he really kicked himself out.
Yeah.
Well, he
And
thought
then he didn't realize that we changed the lock, so he was all, "Let me in." No.
Well, I came through the window.
He thought he was using the Easy Bake Oven, and then something happened. It was an accident.
Yeah,
And of course, Buster Barman himself, Phil McCracken.
No, known as Filipina after his
Those
successful
Buster bars
surgery.
look filling as hell. You better make sure you have a lot. You better make sure your stomach is pretty empty before you start eating one of those. Oh my goodness!
Mm-hmm.
Get a deli bar instead.
Yeah, especially if you want to impress the girl behind the counter.
Paul. He dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch that short on his channel, you'll see why I'm saying he dropped the ball.
No, let's be nice to Paul because he's not nice to us. I mean, what? I'm kidding.
Huh? What?
What was that? The Family Man show? What's that Family Man show?
I do want to thank Magitech Mags. Thank you, Mags, for stopping by. I'm glad we could entertain you.
She's slumming it today.
Yeah. Who's entertaining me, though? I don't know.
Is that Phil barking in the background?
Yes. I told you the operation was successful.
Yeah. He finally turned into a dog.
You notice how it's high pitched?
A species operation, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I want to also thank Jet Sparks for being here. And we also had Nova Vaughn. Thank you, Nova Vaughn. And we also had Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000.
Yep.
And as I scroll up here, I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. We had Pops. Thank you for stopping by, Pops. He has a great video out on his channel right now with him and Magic Tech Mags talking about great movies.
Ah.
And as I scroll up here, I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay, scrolling up. We also had an appearance from George Lucas.
Yeah, thank you, George.
George Lucas. Phil's back.
Well, you know, he's always in the shadows.
Oh, he's talking smack about Gap. Go eat your carrots, Phil.
Phil, you're never going to get up my bum. I don't care how hard you want to.
Wow. We're getting really strange here.
All right. This is weird territory. It's just weird.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to Bum Talk. Pacific
Wait a minute. The
Talk.
show's called Pacific414 Pop Talk.
Oh,
Pop Talk, yeah.
Well, Phil's trying to pop my, so it kind of fits.
Phil, whatever you're trying to do, stop. You two gap.
Yes, ma'am, sir.
I don't know.
Whoa! What? No,
wow.
That's it. That's it.
Misgendering.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
Wow, she's gonna dead name you now.
Yeah.
I want to thank the Padawannabe.
Yeah.
And I also want to thank Bone. Thank you, Bone.
Bone.
That's what Phil wants to do to Gap.
Oh.
Okay.
Ding. Bing bong.
No video, just
Gone. Just
Wow,
yep.
instant termination.
JT Gunn, thank you.
It's a man, baby.
It's a man bun?
I just kicked him out, but I do want to thank him.
Some power trip going on with Dr. Pop.
Yeah, well, he is Doc Pop.
Doc.
I also want to thank the long-suffering Mrs. Tag.
Yeah.
You see what I have to put up with?
No, now you know what she's got to put up with.
No.
She's probably thinking better of you than me right now, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Kathy Skywalker. Thank you, Kathy. I don't know. Should I let him back in?
Yeah.
Of course.
Just make sure you have that sword of Damocles hanging over him.
Okay, what did you learn?
Was there supposed to be a lesson?
Yeah.
Anytime you're put in timeout, you're supposed to learn something. Didn't you learn that as a kid?
I got an F.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to get myself kicked out again. So yes, I learned a lesson.
Mm-hmm. Well, you weren't kicked out, so you're safe.
I learned never to eat the yellow snow.
Just like Woopa Troopa's Emperor Whoopsatska, I'm the emperor of this channel. I am Doc Pop.
And you are a harsh mistress.
Wow, he's a mistress.
Son of a...
Whose mistress is he?
Okay, I'm gonna get kicked out. Well, yeah, and the mistress doesn't put out.
Ooh.
Okay,
Bye.
all right.
That isn't that the definition of a hard mistress or whatever? Because not, when it.
Wow. And then there were 3.
Okay.
Yeah,
You know what? You know what?
Silence, you insignificant dog! I am Doc Pop, the ruler of Pacific 414, and you will know your place next time!
Wow. That escalated quickly.
It did, didn't it?
You are sighing?
No, I
you
yawned.
are sighing before me, Baron?
No, I yawned.
What?
Now there is only one. Swear your allegiance to my empire.
No! I refuse. Never.
It's gone to shit again.
You know it.
Will you swear your allegiance?
Hey, where'd all these guys come from?
Toto, don't pull back that curtain.
I thought they were all gone.
Yes, manstress. Yes, mistress. Yes, emperor.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Obviously, somebody didn't learn his lesson.
Yeah, dude.
You do not mess around with Doc Pop.
Doc Pop has turned into a Bond villain, or maybe something.
He is, isn't he? Ding 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 ding.
I am Doc Pop, and you will listen to me.
Knock the dorky.
Ding 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 ding.
All right, yeah. Enough of the fun.
Oh my
enough
goodness.
of the fun. I will be merciless, and I will let you come back, Gap.
Wow.
Any
Thank
final words?
Are you
Anybody?
talking to me, emperor?
Anybody?
That's it for today, boys and girls. Come back
That's
next
it.
Sunday when we might get even dumber. So.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Somebody might
Come on.
get a sippy cup. You just never
You've
know.
all been told from the beginning. The Sunday edition, especially, is where we can all just let loose and have fun.
Mike wants somebody to be his Huckleberry, so maybe next week.
I'm your blueberry, but I don't know about the other.
Right. But seriously, everyone, I do want to thank everybody for being here. Of course, 24, Baron, Cash, Gap, Anonymous. Thank you for being on the panel. Everybody who is in the chat, who I've mentioned, thank you all for your support. Greatly appreciate it. Now, let's see. Looking at the calendar, next Sunday, I have already asked someone to be on next Sunday's edition of Pop Talk. I will communicate with that person during the week to find out if they're still interested.
It is George Sakai, yes.
No, it's not George.
Oh my God, he's gay.
I'm not a bricklayer. I'm a doctor.
No, DeForest Kelly has been deceased for quite some time.
So if you can get him, boy, that'd be a treat.
Well, Phil would be a second chance.
Yes.
Yes, I heard Phil likes to. Well, anyways, I'll talk about that later.
But of course, there will be the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern. But I will be back later on tonight at 10:05, 10:10, depending on when I start watching the episode and when I finish with tonight's episode of The Last of Us, episode 3. And I will give my honest opinions, and you also find out whether I'm going to continue watching the series.
Going to continue the show.
And of course, I'll pop up with a game stream. I'll probably continue Gotham Knights at some point this week. And I'm honestly thinking about either streaming Star Trek Bridge Commander, Elite Force 1 or 2, or Star Trek Away Team. Or maybe Star Trek Armada 2.
I'm horrified.
Well, Cass, you're always horrified. But again, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yay!
Hope you have yourselves a great rest of your Sunday.
Yay!
And you know what? I think I need to have a good talk with the peanut gallery that's still here. Have a good one, everyone.
Are we going into the off-air timeout box?
Bill McCracken wears a dress and has an easy bake oven.
Oh, great. 5 o'clock meeting. Just what I need. 5 o'clock meeting with Mike.
Yeah, and there's no beer included in this meeting.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Pop Talk, where we get serious and we get silly at the same time.
Right.
Question is, which is which on this show?
I don't know.